Yo, what's up everyone? It's Watch Harry, and today we're checking out Harry inherited the Vault of Merlin at age 8 and Gringotts named him the last true Sorcerer Supreme. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Inherited Everything. The letter from Gringotts arrived on a Tuesday, which was unusual because nothing interesting ever happened to Harry Potter on a Tuesday. Or any other day, really. He was sitting at the kitchen table eating the burnt edges of toast that Dudley hadn't wanted when Uncle Vernon came thundering down the stairs with an envelope held between two fingers like it was something that had crawled out of a drain. The envelope was cream-colored and thick, sealed with a wax stamp that Harry couldn't quite make out from where he was sitting. It was addressed in a script so precise it looked almost mechanical, Mr. H. Potter, the kitchen table, for Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and Vernon was looking at it the way he looked at anything he didn't understand, which was with his face going steadily redder until it matched the color of the good sitting room curtains. "What is this?" Vernon said, not really asking Harry, more asking the universe in general why it kept doing this to him. Harry said nothing. He'd learned early that the safest response to most of Uncle Vernon's questions was silence, and besides, he genuinely didn't know. He'd never received a letter in his life. Aunt Petunia appeared from the hallway with a dish towel in her hand, took one look at the envelope, and went very still in the way she sometimes did when anything related to the world she'd left behind showed up on her doorstep. She didn't say anything either, which was more alarming than anything Vernon had done so far. Gringotts, Vernon read, turning the envelope over. Gringotts Bank. He said it the way he said words he didn't like the shape of, slowly, with contempt already baked in. "That's one of theirs, isn't it?" "That's one of those, open it," Petunia said quietly. Vernon opened it. Harry watched his uncle's eyes move across the page. He watched the red drain out of Vernon's face and get replaced with something that Harry didn't have a name for yet, something that sat between fear and greed and a kind of frantic calculation. Vernon read it twice. Then he folded it, put it in the pocket of his dressing gown, and looked at Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen directed at him before. It wasn't kindness. It wasn't warmth. It was something more unsettling, it was interest. "Get dressed," Vernon said. "We're going to London." Harry had never been to London. He pressed his forehead against the car window and watched the city come up around him in layers, the outer suburbs giving way to denser streets, more color, more noise, the Thames flashing silver between buildings. Dudley was at school. Aunt Petunia had stayed home. It was just Harry and Vernon in the car, and Vernon hadn't spoken since Privet Drive, which meant he was thinking, which was always more dangerous than when he was shouting. Diagon Alley, Harry would later understand, wasn't something you found by accident. But Vernon had an address written on the back of the Gringotts letter, and a kind of grim, mercenary determination, and he found the leaky cauldron without much difficulty and pushed through the door without pausing, dragging Harry by the wrist through the dim pub interior without looking at any of the staring faces or the barman who started to say something and then thought better of it. The courtyard behind the pub was just a dead end, a little brick wall covered in ivy. Vernon stared at it. Then he looked at the letter again. Then he looked at Harry, and something shifted behind his eyes. "Touch the wall," he said. "What?" "The letter says," Vernon stopped. Cleared his throat. "Just touch the wall, boy." Harry looked at the wall. Then he reached out and pressed his palm flat against the bricks, and the wall shivered like water and opened, the bricks spiraling outward in a neat circle, and Diagon Alley exhaled itself into the world beyond, the cobblestones, the shop fronts, the impossible bustle of a world that Harry had never known existed and that immediately, instinctively, felt more like home than any room at Privet Drive had ever managed. He stood there for 2 seconds with his mouth open. Then Vernon grabbed his shoulder and steered him forward. Gringotts Bank was white marble and goblin-faced and magnificent in a way that made Vernon sweat visibly. Harry noticed that the goblins at the outer doors watched him differently from the way they watched Vernon, their small dark eyes tracking him with something focused and still, the the way a cat watches a bird it's decided is worth its attention. Harry didn't know why. He kept walking. Inside, the bank was all noise and cool air and the scratch of quills on parchment, goblins behind their high counters not quite looking at you until you needed them to. Vernon marched to the nearest counter and produced the letter and his most important voice, the one he used for council meetings and car dealership clients. "We have an appointment," he said. "Regarding the Potter account." The goblin behind the counter looked at the letter. Then it looked at Harry. It was a long, assessing look, and the goblin said nothing for a moment that stretched well past comfortable. "One moment," the goblin said, and disappeared. Vernon fidgeted. Harry looked around at the high vaulted ceiling, the chandeliers, the goblins moving between columns with the efficiency of people who had never once in their lives wasted emotion. He could feel something in the building, not hear it, not see it, but feel it, a low hum that he'd have described as the building thinking if that wasn't completely mad. The floor under his feet felt faintly warm. The goblin came back, and it hadn't come alone. The one that followed it was older, with a face that had accumulated decades of precise expression and sharp intelligence, wearing robes that were considerably finer than anyone else at the counters. It stopped in front of Harry, not Vernon, and looked at him with the same focused animal attention the door guards had shown. "I am Ragnarok," it said. "Director of Gringotts, British branch." It still hadn't looked at Vernon. "You are Harry Potter." "Yes," Harry said. "Come with me." Vernon started forward. "Now, just a moment, I'm the boy's guardian, I have every right to." Ragnarok looked at Vernon. It was a brief look, almost polite, and it communicated with remarkable economy that Vernon Desley was welcome to stand exactly where he was for as long as this took. "The account holder will be seen alone," Ragnarok said. "You may wait. There is a bench." He said bench the way Vernon said freak. Without cruelty, just precision. Vernon opened his mouth. Looked at Ragnarok. Looked at the other goblins in the hall, all of whom had gone very still in the way of people watching something they've been waiting for. Closed his mouth. Sat on the bench. Harry followed Ragnarok through a side door and into a corridor that went steadily downward, the marble giving way to stone, the stone giving way to something older and darker and lit by flames that burned in brackets without wicks or fuel, steady and amber gold. "Why did you write to my uncle?" Harry asked, because it was the most immediate question and he'd found that when you had a lot of questions the most immediate one was usually the right place to start. "We didn't," Ragnarok said, without slowing down. "We wrote to you. What he did with your correspondence is his concern." A pause. "We have been attempting to contact you for some time." "How long?" "Since the night your parents died." Ragnarok glanced back at him briefly. 7 years. Harry didn't say anything to that. There wasn't anything to say. The corridor ended at a door that wasn't a door so much as a wall of stone with the impression of a door carved into it, an arch, tall and narrow, with symbols running up both sides in a script Harry didn't recognize. Ragnarok stopped in front of it and turned to face him properly for the first time. "What I am about to tell you," Ragnarok said, "will seem extraordinary. I ask that you listen completely before you ask questions, because the questions you think you'll want to ask at the beginning are not the questions you'll actually want to ask at the end." "All right," Harry said. Ragnarok studied him for a moment, that same focused, evaluating look. Then he said, "Do you know what an inheritance ritual is?" "No." "When a witch or wizard of significant lineage passes without being able to transfer their estate, their magic establishes a dormancy. It waits. Gringotts acts as custodian of dormant estates. It is perhaps our most ancient function, older than currency, older than the bank itself. We hold things. We hold them until whoever they belong to comes to claim them." Ragnarok's voice was flat and informational, the way a person speaks when they're telling you something they've told before, but his eyes were doing something different from his voice. His eyes were watching Harry very carefully. "Most dormant estates are modest. Family vaults. Modest inheritances. Occasionally significant ones. Once, in recorded goblin history, one that was not significant but unprecedented. The floor hummed under Harry's feet. Warmer now. The Potter Vault is not why you're here, Ragnarok said. The Potter Vault is a secondary matter. You're here because when our record system processed your name against our dormant registry 7 years ago, it flagged something that caused 3 of our senior account managers to independently verify the result before anyone was willing to report it. A pause. It flagged a bloodline match to a dormant estate that has been in custodianship for approximately 1500 years. Harry looked at the door. 1500 years, he repeated. Give or take. The dating of magical estates from that period is imprecise. Ragnarok folded his hands. The estate in question belonged to a wizard who held a title. Sorcerer Supreme. You will not have encountered this term in any book available to the general public, because the Ministry of Magic, in its various historical incarnations, has spent considerable effort ensuring that it remains largely unknown. The Sorcerer Supreme was not a ministry appointment. It was not a Hogwarts title. It was not a Wisengamot honor. It was a recognition of something older than all of those institutions, the designation of the single living witch or wizard whose magical capacity, lineage, and demonstrated mastery placed them outside and above every existing magical authority. Another pause. The last person to hold that title was Merlin Ambrosius. The floor was definitely warmer. Harry could feel it through the soles of his shoes, a gentle insistent heat like standing near a fire. You're telling me, Harry said slowly, that I'm related to Merlin. I'm telling you, Ragnarok said, that you are the direct descendant of Merlin Ambrosius through an unbroken maternal bloodline, and that his estate, his vault, his accumulated knowledge, his title, and the legal and magical authority that comes with it, has been in Gringotts custodianship for 1500 years, and that our dormancy protocols have identified you as the sole inheritor. A very slight pause. The bloodline match was not ambiguous. It was the cleanest result our inheritance registry has ever produced. Harry stood very still. He was 8 years old and small for his age and wearing Dudley's hand-me-down jeans that were 2 sizes too big, and he was standing in a corridor under Gringotts Bank being told that he was the heir of Merlin, and the floor was warm under his feet, and somewhere behind that stone door something old and enormous and patient was waiting. And he could feel it the way you can feel a sound that's too low to actually hear but sits in your chest and moves your ribs. Can I see it? Harry said. Ragnarok almost smiled. It was the expression of someone who has given a great deal of thought to what various types of people would say in this moment and has just encountered the response they found most satisfying. That, Ragnarok said, is why we're here. The door opened without a key or a spoken word. Harry wasn't sure if Ragnarok opened it or if it opened for Harry, and Ragnarok didn't clarify, which Harry suspected was deliberate. The stone arch simply parted like curtains, revealing a passage beyond that sloped downward at a steeper angle, the walls now carved with continuous imagery, figures in motion, scenes of battle and weather and what looked like the stars, and lit with the same amber flames but more of them, closer together, so that the passage glowed steadily. At the bottom was a second door, metal this time, and it was standing open. Beyond it was a room. Harry had expected something dramatic. He'd been unconsciously preparing for some enormous cavern full of light and treasure, the kind of thing you'd find in a story. The vault of Merlin Ambrosius, 1500 years sealed, ought to have columns and vaulted ceilings and gold light pouring down from somewhere impossible. It didn't. It was a room about the size of a large sitting room, stone-walled, with a ceiling low enough that Ragnarok had to angle his head slightly. There were shelves along every wall floor to ceiling, and the shelves held books, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, in varying states of age, some so old they looked more like blocks of compressed material than books, some that looked practically new. There was a worktable in the center, long and scarred with use, with tools on it that Harry couldn't name. There were jars and cases. There was a rack of staffs and wands along one wall, a dozen of them, in descending order of length. And there was a chair at the end of the worktable, plain wood, worn smooth at the arms, occupied not by a person but by a cloak, dark green, heavy, folded precisely over the chair back as though its owner had set it there a moment ago and would be back for it. And on the table, directly in the center, there was a letter. Harry walked to it. The paper was thick and cream-colored and the ink was in a deep brown that might have been iron gall, and the handwriting was not mechanical at all. It was urgent and alive and slightly tilted, the handwriting of someone who thinks faster than they write. If you are reading this, then the blood has found its way home. I will not insult you with lengthy preamble, you will have questions, and this letter cannot answer all of them. What it can do is tell you 3 things. First, everything in this vault is yours. Not a gift, not a bequest, yours, the way your hands are yours. It was always yours. Gringotts has simply been keeping it warm. Second, the title of Sorcerer Supreme is not inherited. It is recognized. The blood carries the potential, but the work is what makes it real. You will need to work. I do not apologize for this. Nothing worth having comes without it, and you already know this better than most children your age. Third, the thing that is coming, you will know what I mean when it arrives, and it will arrive sooner than anyone is prepared for, is not the first time that darkness has tried to hollow out the world from the inside. I faced it in my time. You will face it in yours. The difference between you and it is not power. It is understanding. Your enemy does not understand why mortality is not a curse. When you understand that in your bones, you will know how to win. The vault is yours. The work begins now. Harry read it twice. Then he set it down carefully and looked around the room, at the shelves of accumulated centuries, the tools he couldn't name, the staffs along the wall, the worn chair, the green cloak that someone had folded and left there with the particular care of someone who expected to return. Ragnarok stood at the door, saying nothing. Harry picked up the cloak. It was lighter than it looked and heavier than it should have been, both at once, and when he held it in his hands he could feel the same warm hum he'd felt in the floor of the corridor, but stronger, concentrated, deliberate, interested. He held it for a moment, then set it back on the chair. The letter says the work begins now, Harry said. What does that mean? Is there someone to teach me? Is there? He looked at the shelves. Are there instructions? There is a shaman, Ragnarok said. Blood Ridge. He has served as custodian of this vault for the last 60 years and has considerable knowledge of what it contains. He agreed, before I brought you here, to serve as your instructor. He is very old and very difficult and not human, and he will not be gentle with you. However, he is the best person alive for this task. A pause. He also agreed on the condition that you ask him yourself. He wants to evaluate you before he commits. Where is he? Ragnarok stepped aside from the doorway and inclined his head toward the passage. Up the corridor. 3rd door on the left. He's been waiting there since we received your letter of confirmation this morning. Harry walked toward the door, then stopped. He turned back to the vault, the shelves, the table, the letter, the chair and its cloak. Ragnarok, he said. My uncle is upstairs. He came here for my parents' vault. He thinks he can access it. Ragnarok's expression did something very controlled. He cannot. The Potter vault is sealed to blood access only. He knows that now, Harry said. Can you tell him that the Potter vault situation has become more complicated than he anticipated and it's going to take some time to sort out? And then just, keep him waiting until I'm done? Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment. I can do that, Ragnarok said, and there was something in his voice that hadn't been there before, not warmth, precisely, but something adjacent to it. Something like the beginning of respect. I will have someone bring him tea. Thank you, Harry said, and went up the corridor to find Blood Ridge. The 3rd door on the left was smaller than the others, the same carved stone arch but shorter, and from behind it came the smell of something burning that wasn't quite incense and wasn't quite wood and sat somewhere between them on the spectrum of smells that make the back of your brain sit up and pay attention. Harry knocked. "Enter," said a voice that sounded like gravel being sorted. He entered. The room beyond was the kind of organized that looked like chaos until you looked more carefully, which was when you noticed that every item was precisely placed and the apparent randomness was actually a very dense and specific system that you simply didn't have the context to read yet. There were bones on a shelf, cleaned and arranged with care. There were stones. There were jars of things Harry wasn't going to investigate immediately. And behind a table that held more jars and a low flat burning dish in which something was producing that between smell, there was a goblin unlike Ragnarok, older, with a face that had gone past expressive into something more geological, deep-set dark eyes under a brow ridge that jutted over them like a small cliff. His hands on the table were gnarled and spotted and perfectly still. He was looking at Harry with the kind of attention that made you want to check your pockets. "Sit," Bloodridge said. Harry sat on the stool opposite him. "You are 8 years old," Bloodridge said. "Yes. And you can feel the vault." It wasn't a question, but Harry answered it. "Yes. Since the corridor outside. Like a warmth. Can you feel it now?" Harry paused. Checked. The warmth was there, fainter through the walls, but there, directional, like a compass bearing. "Yes." Bloodridge made a sound that was not quite agreement and not quite interest, somewhere between them. "Tell me what you think magic is," he said. Harry blinked. "I only found out it was real about 40 minutes ago." "I know. Tell me what you think it is." Harry thought about it for a moment. "Something that's already there," he said, slowly, working it out. "Like, not something you put into things. Something you call out of things. Like the wall outside with the bricks, it moved because I touched it, but the movement was already in it, waiting." He paused. "That's probably wrong." "It is not wrong," Bloodridge said, and he said it the way someone announces a verdict, flatly, finally. "It is the answer that 17 years of formal magical education rarely produces and that you arrived at in 40 minutes. He leaned back. "Why do you think that is?" "Because I didn't learn it out of a book," Harry said. "I just felt it happen." Bloodridge looked at him for a long time. The burning dish between them sent a thin thread of smoke straight up and then bent slightly, toward Harry. "I will teach you," Bloodridge said. 3 conditions. First, you do not share what you learn here with anyone outside this vault unless I tell you it is appropriate. Not because secrecy serves power, it does not, or not the kind of power you need, but because there are people who will try to control what you learn if they know what you know. Second, you ask questions. All of them. Stupid questions are the ones you are afraid to ask, and I have no patience for fear of stupidity. Third, he paused. The work is hard. You are 8 years old, you are small, and you have spent your entire life being told you are less than you are. Do not bring that here. Every time I see it in you, I will remove it. This will not be gentle. How will you remove it? Harry asked. By giving you evidence to the contrary, Bloodridge said. Every single time. Until you no longer need it removed. He stood. He was not much taller standing than sitting. Your uncle is upstairs with his tea and his greed and his frustration. You have 2 hours before even Ragnarok's patience with pointless humans runs out. We will use them. He moved to the door and held it open. Come. To the vault? Harry said, standing. We begin in the vault, Bloodridge said. We will not end there. But everyone begins in the vault. Harry followed him out the door and down the corridor, and the warmth in the floor grew steadily stronger with each step. What happened in the next 2 hours was this: Bloodridge led Harry through the vault and did not explain a single item. He simply walked, and pointed, and waited. And Harry looked, and sometimes touched, carefully, and only what he felt was safe to touch, which was not a decision he made intellectually but one he made the way you decide a stove is hot before you touch it, and sometimes asked questions, and sometimes just stood and let the between feeling wash over him and tried to understand what it was saying. The staffs on the wall he looked at but did not touch, except one, the shortest one, barely longer than a walking stick, made of dark wood so old it had gone almost black, and he stopped in front of it and felt the warmth focus and sharpen the way a lens focuses light. He didn't pick it up. He just looked at it and it looked back. "That one," Bloodridge said, from behind him. "It's the oldest one," Harry said. "Third oldest. The two older ones are not for human hands." A pause. "But yes. That one." Harry reached up slowly and took it from the rack. It sat in his hand with the weight of something that had been waiting to be held, not uncomfortable weight, not demanding weight. Patient weight. The warmth in his palm went from a hum to something more articulate, like the beginning of language heard through a wall. Nothing dramatic happened. There was no burst of light, no explosion. The flame in the nearest bracket bent toward him, briefly, and then returned to vertical, and a single book on the shelf nearest the staff rack fell over with a soft thump, and that was all. And yet the room felt differently arranged after those 2 seconds than it had before, as though furniture had been moved by millimeters into positions that made the room make more sense. Bloodridge looked at the fallen book, then at Harry, and made that verdict sound again. "What is the Sorcerer Supreme?" Harry asked, setting the staff carefully back in the rack. He wasn't ready to hold it for longer than that. He knew it without being told. Ragnarok said it's outside the ministry. Outside Hogwarts. What does that actually mean? Bloodridge settled onto the stool that had appeared, somehow, near the work table. Harry had not seen him place it. 1,500 years ago, the magical world had no ministry, Bloodridge said. It had communities, traditions, territories, and constant conflict between them. The Sorcerer Supreme was not a ruler. It was a, referee is the wrong word. Arbiter. A recognized neutral authority whose judgment in matters of magical law, significant threats, and breaches of the fundamental compact between magic and the living world, carried weight that no regional power could simply override. He picked up one of the tools on the work table and turned it in his hands without looking at it. The roll died with Merlin. No one since has met the criteria. The charter establishing the office exists, in this vault, and nowhere else. The ministry does not acknowledge it because acknowledging it would mean acknowledging an authority above their own. A pause. The charter has not been revoked. It cannot be revoked. It was written in a form of magical law that predates the concept of revocation. So if I'm the Sorcerer Supreme, when you earn that recognition. When I earn it, Harry said, accepting the correction, the ministry can't. The ministry cannot tell you what to do, what to learn, where to go, or what to know, Bloodridge said. They can disapprove. They can make noise. They cannot act against you without acting against 1,500 years of magical precedent and the authority of the vault itself. He set the tool down. Gringotts supports the office of the Sorcerer Supreme for reasons that are not purely altruistic. The ministry has been attempting to bring Gringotts under greater regulatory control for 3 centuries. The Sorcerer Supreme's charter specifically limits the ministry's authority over independent magical institutions. We have interests in this, Harry Potter. I tell you this plainly so you understand it. Harry nodded. He appreciated that, the plainness of it. Most adults in his life hid what they wanted from him, and the hiding was always more exhausting than whatever they actually wanted. What do I need to learn? Harry said. Everything, Bloodridge said simply. But we start with what you already know. The magic that's been in you since you were born, operating without vocabulary, that is already more sophisticated than most adult wizards manage. What you need is language for it. Framework. So that you can do intentionally what you currently do instinctively. He stood. We have 30 minutes left before Ragnarok comes to collect you. We will use them. Doing what? Bloodridge walked to the shelves and removed a book, not one of the ancient compressed ones but something more recent, relatively, bound in leather that was dark red, with a title in that script Harry didn't recognize. He set it on the table. Reading, Bloodridge said. Goblin script, first. Because the most important texts in this vault predate the Latin alphabet, and I refuse to translate everything for you. Harry looked at the book. Looked at Bloodridge. I have 30 minutes, he said. Then stop wasting them, Bloodridge said. Harry sat down and opened the book. Upstairs, in the main hall of Gringotts, Vernon Dursley had drunk 3 cups of tea he hadn't wanted and been told by 4 different goblins, in succession, that the matter of the Potter account was being assessed and would require further time, and that these things couldn't be rushed, and that he was very welcome to wait, and there was, in fact, more tea. Vernon had gone through the stages of impatience into something that looked like resolution and come out the other side into simple exhausted confusion, which was perhaps the most honest emotional state he was capable of. When Ragnarok appeared from the corridor and told him, with courteous precision, that his nephew was ready to leave and that the Potter family account matter had been resolved, though not in a manner that would benefit the Dursley household in any financial respect, Vernon stood up very quickly and opened his mouth. The boy is a legal minor, Ragnarok continued, before Vernon could produce words, and therefore requires a domicile until his majority. The terms of that arrangement have been reviewed by Gringotts' legal staff and are satisfactory. He paused. You will continue to provide housing. Any attempt to interfere with the boy's education or access to the magical world will be met with a formal complaint to the Wisengamot, which I'm sure you would find tedious. A very slight pause. We know what the letter said, Mr. Dursley. We know why you came. Vernon's face went through several colors. There's also the matter, Ragnarok said, of 7 years of intercepted correspondence addressed to Mr. Potter from this institution, which we will be discussing with our legal department in the coming weeks. Harry appeared at Ragnarok's side, wearing exactly what he'd been wearing when they went in, Dudley's oversized jeans, worn trainers, except that he was carrying a small book under one arm, the red leather one, and he was looking at Vernon with an expression that had changed in a way that was difficult to pinpoint. He looked the same. He was still small and underfed and 8 years old. But something in the way he was standing had rearranged slightly, like furniture moved by millimeters into positions that made the room make more sense. I'm ready, Harry said. You're taking a book? Vernon said, staring at it. It's mine, Harry said. Can we go? Vernon looked from Harry to Ragnarok and back. His resolution had not survived the afternoon. He turned and walked toward the door, and Harry followed, and at the threshold Harry glanced back at the main hall, at the goblins at their counters, at the high ceiling, at the corridor he'd come from. Ragnarok was watching him from across the hall. He inclined his head. More actions request aborted. Write the next chapter now. Chapter 2. 3 years of becoming the stone table had been in the vault longer than most countries had existed, and Bloodridge had been using it as a sparring surface for the last 60 years, which meant its edges were scorched in places and there was a crack running across one corner that hadn't been there when the vault was sealed. Bloodridge considered this evidence of productive use. Harry had stopped noticing it somewhere in year 2. What Harry noticed now, on the morning of his 11th birthday, was that the table was too small. Not physically, it was the same dimensions it had always been, 6 feet by 4, solid granite, immovable. But when he placed his hands on it and felt the current he'd been working with for 3 years, the table contained it the way a cup contains water, and what Harry was moving had stopped being cup-sized sometime in the last few months without him particularly noticing, and now it pressed against the edges and spilled over and the air above the table shimmered faintly even when he wasn't doing anything deliberate. Bloodridge noticed. Bloodridge noticed everything, which was the most exhausting and the most essential fact about him. Again, Bloodridge said, from his stool in the corner, not looking up from the text he was annotating. Harry looked at the arrangement on the table. 7 stones of varying composition, each one assigned a specific frequency of magical resonance, Bloodridge's term, the one that had taken Harry 4 months to fully internalize, arranged in a pattern that was supposed to remain static while Harry moved the energy underneath it. The point of the exercise was precision. The point of every exercise was precision. You could do nothing with raw power except make a mess and frighten people, Bloodridge had told him in week 1, and had demonstrated this by producing an explosion from a pebble that blew the door off its hinges and scorched the corridor ceiling, and then had said, now imagine doing that when you intended something else, and Harry had understood. Harry settled his breathing, placed the flats of his palms 2 inches above the table surface, and began. The current moved. He could feel it the way he could feel his own heartbeat, not in his hands specifically, but everywhere at once, a body-wide awareness that the thing he was working with was responsive and alive and required attention the way a conversation required attention, not just execution. The 7 stones held their positions. The air above the table stayed still. Somewhere under the granite, 15 feet of bedrock in Gringotts architecture away, the deeper vault hummed its approval, or something that felt like approval. He held it for 90 seconds, which was the threshold. Then he extended it. The stones didn't move. The air above the table didn't shimmer. What changed was subtler. The temperature in the room dropped by 2 degrees, which was the signature of the kind of expansion Bloodridge was looking for, and the flame in the nearest bracket stretched upward by 4 inches and changed, briefly, from amber to something bluer and hotter at the core. Hold, Bloodridge said, still not looking up. Harry held. The thing about this level of sustained control was that it required you to stop trying. That was the lesson that had taken the longest, a full 8 months of Bloodridge watching him strain and concentrate and effort at the magic with diminishing returns, before one afternoon when Harry had been tired enough that he'd stopped fighting and simply let it happen, and the result had been so clean and so easy that he'd stared at his own hands for 10 seconds afterward and then looked at Bloodridge. There it is, Bloodridge had said, with the satisfaction of someone who has been waiting for a very specific outcome for a very long time. Why didn't you just tell me? Harry had asked. Because being told and knowing are not the same thing, Bloodridge had said. You needed to find it through exhaustion. I had to let you exhaust yourself first. I apologize for nothing. He had not apologized for anything, in 3 years, and Harry had long since decided that this was one of the most honest things about him. Release, Bloodridge said. Harry released. The temperature rose. The flame returned to amber. Bloodridge set down his pen and looked up, and there was something in his expression that was not quite what Harry had come to think of as his evaluation face. It was the face he used less often, more still, more settled, the geological expression, the one that meant something had been decided. Come here, Bloodridge said. Harry walked around the table and stood in front of the stool. Bloodridge regarded him for a moment. 3 years ago, Bloodridge said, you sat in this room for the first time and told me that magic was something you called out of things rather than put into them. Do you remember? Yes. You were right. You were right in the way that someone can be right without understanding why they're right, instinctively, from exposure rather than thought. The last 3 years have been about building the why around the instinct. The understanding to back the knowing. He paused. Today is the last formal lesson. Harry looked at him. Because of Hogwarts. Because you are ready for Hogwarts, Bloodridge said, which was different, and they both knew it. What you will find there is a very good approximation of magical education for the average wizard. Teachers who are, mostly, competent. A curriculum that is, he paused with the precision of someone selecting the exactly correct word, sufficient. For most purposes. He picked up his pen and set it down again. It will not be sufficient for you. This is not arrogance, it is arithmetic. You are 11 years old and you have spent 3 years in this vault. What are you going to do about that gap? It was the kind of question Bloodridge asked constantly, the kind that weren't really questions because he already had a position and wanted to hear yours first. Not hide it, Harry said immediately. I'm not going to. He thought about it more carefully, because Bloodridge's questions deserved careful thought even when the first answer felt right. There's a difference between not hiding it and performing it. I don't need to perform it. But if it's relevant, or if someone needs me to use it, I'm not going to pretend I can't. Bloodridge made the verdict sound. And Dumbledore? Harry had been waiting for this one. He'd been thinking about Dumbledore for 2 years, since Bloodridge had first explained the political context of the Sorcerer Supreme Charter, and Harry had begun reading the historical texts and started, slowly, to understand the shape of what Albus Dumbledore was in the magical world, and what he'd done with Harry, and why. He put me with the Dursleys because of blood magic, Harry said. My mother's sacrifice, there's a protection that anchors to blood relations. I understand why it was logical. I think it was the right magical decision and the wrong human one, but I'm not interested in being angry about it. He paused. I'm more interested in the fact that he made that decision unilaterally, without telling me, without telling anyone who could have questioned it, and he's probably going to keep making decisions about me unilaterally unless I make it clear early that I'm not available to be decided about. How will you make that clear? By being clear, Harry said simply. Not confrontationally. Just, clearly. He needs to know what I am before he tries to manage what I am. Bloodridge was quiet for a moment. He will try anyway. I know. Harry smiled slightly. But it'll be harder once he's been told. The goblin shaman looked at him with the geological expression, the decided one, for a long moment. Then he reached under the table and produced something that Harry hadn't seen before, a box, plain wood, small, about the size that would fit in a coat pocket. He held it out. Harry took it. He could feel it immediately, not the vault warmth, something more specific. Concentrated. Alive. Open it, Bloodridge said. Harry lifted the lid. Inside, resting on dark cloth, was a wand. 11 inches, he estimated, roughly. Made of a wood he'd only read about, blackthorn, dark and dense and faintly reddish in the amber light. The handle end was unwrapped, the grain of the wood visible, worn smooth in an oval where someone had held it. There was no other ornamentation. It was simple and very old. It's from the vault, Harry said, not asking. The vault contains 14 wands, Bloodridge said. 12 of them are reference pieces, historically significant, not usable. One of the others is a weapon that you are not yet ready for and I hope you will not need for some years. This one, he nodded at the box. This one was Merlin's working wand. Not his first, not his last. The one he used for the bulk of his active years. Our wandsmiths assessed it when the vault was first sealed and again 50 years ago when I became custodian. Their assessment both times was that it is functional and that it is matched to the bloodline rather than the individual. Which means, it'll work for me, Harry said. More than work, Bloodridge said. It has 15 centuries of use embedded in it. Muscle memory, if you'll permit the metaphor for an object. It knows things you haven't learned yet, and it will help you access them. A pause. It is also entirely unregistered with the Ministry and impossible for them to trace, since it predates their registration system by about 1,000 years. Harry looked down at the wand in the box. He reached in and picked it up, and the fit was immediate and total, not dramatic, nothing exploded, nothing burst into light. The wand settled into his hand the way a key settles into a lock, with the small solid click of something finding its correct position after a long time elsewhere. The room's ambient temperature dropped 1 degree and the crack in the corner of the granite table, the one from Bloodridge's 60 years of use, sealed itself with a sound like a knuckle popping. Bloodridge looked at the table. Looked at the repaired crack. Looked at Harry. Yes, he said, with the satisfaction of someone whose calculations had been exactly correct. That will do. The Hogwarts letter arrived 3 hours later. Harry found it on the work table when he came back from the narrow side room where he'd been reviewing the last of the historical charter documents, the original Sorcerer Supreme Charter, written in a cramped and urgent hand that he'd come to recognize as Merlin's, on material that wasn't quite parchment and hadn't aged the way parchment aged, faintly luminescent at the edges as though it couldn't quite stop radiating. The letter was sitting on top of the charter, which was mildly ironic. It was on normal cream paper, sealed with the Hogwarts crest in red wax, addressed in that same mechanical-looking script. He opened it, read it, and set it down. Then he read the supply list and felt the first genuine flicker of something he identified after a moment as excitement, which surprised him slightly. He'd known for 3 years that Hogwarts was coming. He'd thought about it extensively, the political landscape of it, the social architecture, Dumbledore, the Horcruxes, the situation with Quirrell that Bloodridge's network of informants in the broader magical world had flagged 6 months ago. He'd thought about it with the careful analytical attention he gave everything, and it had felt, broadly, like a problem set. But holding the letter, looking at the supply list, Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, a cauldron, robes, an owl, something about the ordinariness of it caught him off guard. He was going to school. He was going to ride a train and soar into a house and eat at a long table with people his own age and go to classes and do homework, and the fact that he was also carrying a 1500-year-old title and a wand that had belonged to Merlin didn't change any of that. It just meant he'd be doing both at once. He found he didn't mind. "Well?" Bloodridge said from the doorway. "September 1st, Harry said. "A month. We have work to fill it." Bloodridge walked in and looked at the letter, not picking it up. "I also have something to tell you. Ragnarok asked me to inform you when the time was relevant." He paused. "The Ministry became aware of your vault access approximately 8 months ago. Not the contents, those remain sealed to everyone except you, but the existence of the inheritance. Someone in Gringotts' lower administrative staff spoke out of turn to someone they should not have. Ragnarok has handled the source of the leak." He said handled with the particular flatness that meant the topic was closed. "The relevant point is that certain people know you are the Merlin heir. Dumbledore knows. Lucius Malfoy knows, which means the Death Eater network has some version of it, though their version is likely distorted by their own assumptions about what it means." "What does Dumbledore think it means?" Harry said. "That is not entirely clear. What is clear is that he has requested, through official ministry channels, access to any documentation Gringotts holds on the Sorcerer Supreme Charter." Bloodridge's expression was the geological one. Ragnarok declined, citing client confidentiality. "Dumbledore has not pushed further yet. He will." Harry nodded slowly. He thought about Dumbledore, the portrait of him that had emerged from 3 years of reading history and Bloodridge's careful, opinion-free presentation of facts, carefully separating what Dumbledore had done from what Dumbledore intended, what he'd built from what it had cost. He thought about a man who had fought Grindelwald and won and then spent the next 50 years making sure nothing that size ever happened again, and the strategies he'd employed to that end, and the people those strategies had required him to move like pieces, and what happened to a person who spent 50 years thinking about everyone else's life as a variable in a larger equation. He didn't hate Dumbledore. That would have been simpler, and simpler was not the same as accurate. "All right," Harry said. He picked up the Hogwarts letter. 1 month. The month went fast because Bloodridge made it go fast, and because Harry led it, and because there was a pleasure in the work that he'd stopped trying to explain and just accepted, the pure functional pleasure of getting better at something difficult, which was a thing the Dursleys had never allowed him to experience without consequences and which he therefore found, every single time, slightly astonishing. They covered defensive casting in the Merlin tradition, which was different from the Ministry-approved defensive curriculum in the same way that swimming in open water is different from a pool. Ministry defensive magic was clean and categorical, specific spells for specific threats, organized by classification. What Bloodridge taught was environmental, responsive, the magic working with the situation rather than against it, reading what was present and using it. Harry had found this harder than anything else they'd done, and then, in week 3 of the month, had suddenly found it easy in a way he couldn't entirely explain. "You stopped trying to win," Bloodridge told him. "You started trying to understand. These are not the same goal and they produce very different magic." He covered legilimency, the foundation of it, not the invasive, weaponized form that Bloodridge referred to with dry contempt as what the Death Eaters do, but the older version, the awareness of the emotional surface of a room, reading intent without reading thought, which was both more ethical and more practically useful. He was naturally better at this than anything else they'd worked on, which Bloodridge attributed to his years at the Desleys. You have been reading rooms for survival since before you could articulate it. We are simply making it conscious. He covered the Sorcerer Supreme Charter in fine detail, not just the content but the history of it, the political mechanics, what it meant in practice in the current landscape, what claiming the title formally would require and what it would produce. That conversation took 3 sessions and ended with Harry sitting in the chair, Merlin's chair, which he'd been careful about for 3 years, almost superstitiously careful, as though it wasn't his yet, and reading the charter through once more, with everything Bloodridge had given him, and feeling the weight of it settle. Not oppressive weight. The other kind. The kind that means you know what you're carrying and why. He went to Diagon Alley on his own for school supplies, which Ragnarok had arranged by providing him with access to the Potter Vault and a letter of introduction that could, at need, also serve as a reminder to anyone who required reminding that Harry was not a person to be redirected or ignored. He didn't need the letter for most of the shopping. He bought his books, the standard first-year set, which he read in 2 afternoons, noting the gaps between what they covered and what he knew, and feeling something affectionate toward them for their thoroughness within those gaps, and his robes, and an owl that chose him at Elops with the pragmatic decisiveness of an animal that had assessed its options and made a firm decision. She was large and snowy white and looked at Harry with enormous amber eyes that communicated both intelligence and the expectation of a high standard of care. Hedwig, Harry said, which felt immediately right, and Hedwig ruffled her feathers once in what he chose to interpret as assent. He went to Ollivander's last. He had Merlin's wand in his pocket and did not need to buy one, but Bloodridge had suggested, with the brevity he used for suggestions that were actually instructions, that going through the motions of the Ollivander's visit would be useful, as Ollivander himself was one of the 3 or 4 people in the British magical world whose knowledge of wand lore was genuinely significant, and people with genuinely significant knowledge were always worth an hour. Ollivander recognized him the moment he walked in. They all did, the serious ones. He'd noticed this in the last 3 years, on the 4 occasions he'd moved through Diagon Alley. The people who knew what they were looking at stopped and looked at him with something in their faces that was similar to what Ragnarok had shown him on the first day, that focused animal stillness. He'd stopped finding it uncomfortable and started finding it informative. Harry Potter, Ollivander said, from somewhere in the back, and materialized out of the dim shop with the floating silence he seemed to favor. His pale eyes settled on Harry with the characteristic wand-maker's attention, which was the eyes going slightly unfocused in the way of someone listening to something no one else can hear. Then they refocused, sharply. "You already have a wand," Ollivander said. It was not a question. "Yes," Harry said. "May I?" He stopped. The politeness of the request was visible, the genuine question behind it. Not every wand-maker would have asked rather than reached. Harry took Merlin's wand from his pocket and held it out. Ollivander took it with both hands, and his face went through a series of expressions that Harry had not seen on a human adult before, not in the same sequence, not with that particular mixture of academic excitement and something deeper, more fundamental, like a geologist picking up a rock and realizing it's older than the planet. He held it for a long moment without speaking. The air in the shop did something subtle. 2 wands on the nearest shelf shifted in their boxes. "Blackthorn," Ollivander said quietly. 15 inches. "This is, the core is," he stopped. "I can't identify the core." "Dragon heartstring," Harry said. "From a species that's been extinct for about 800 years. There's a note about it in the vault records." Ollivander looked up at him. "The vault?" "Yes." A pause, long and complete. Ollivander handed the wand back with the same 2-handed care and Harry put it in his pocket. "You know what you are," Ollivander said. "I'm learning," Harry said. Ollivander looked at him for another moment, and then did something unexpected. He laughed, a short real laugh, with genuine warmth in it. 1500 years, he said, more to himself than to Harry. I wondered if it would ever, well. He straightened. Do you require anything from me today, Mr. Potter? Tell me about Voldemort's wand, Harry said. Not what's in the standard texts. What you actually know. Ollivander went still. Then he nodded slowly, once, with the air of someone who has just had a test they didn't know they were taking revealed to them as a test. Sit down, he said. This will take some time. The 31st of August found Harry in the vault one last time, alone. Bloodridge had gone to attend to other business, or had chosen to give him the space, which were possibly the same thing. The vault held its ambient warmth and its amber light and its centuries of accumulated knowledge, and it was, Harry realized, going to miss it, which was also slightly astonishing. He stood in front of the shelf for a while. Ran his fingers along the spines of the books he'd read and reread. Looked at the staffs on the wall. He'd used several of them in training, under Bloodridge's supervision, and the dark short one at the end still watched him back when he looked at it. Not yet. But closer. He sat in the chair, Merlin's chair, his chair, and put his hands on the arms and felt the wood under his palms and the warmth of the vault and the particular quality of the silence, which was the silence of an enormous amount of presence held in a small space, patient and ready. He thought about what was waiting. Hogwarts, and everything in it, the lessons, the friendships he hadn't made yet but intended to, the teachers, Dumbledore, the corridor on the 3rd floor, Quirrell and what rode in Quirrell's shadow. He thought about the Horcruxes, the references to them in 3 separate vault texts, the thing Tom Riddle had done to himself out of terror and how it would need to be addressed, eventually, and how he already knew more about the mechanics of it than anyone else alive. He thought about the longer game, the years ahead, Voldemort's eventual return, the Death Eaters, the Ministry's instinct for self-protection over genuine safety, and all of it sitting downstream of this moment, manageable, not easy but manageable, because he had 3 years of work in his bones and Merlin's wand in his pocket and a title that predated everything they'd built, and none of that made him invincible, but it meant he wasn't walking in blind. He wasn't afraid. That was the thing he noticed, sitting in that chair on the last night of August. He looked honestly for fear and found something else where it should have been, something quieter and more durable, the steadiness of someone who has done the preparation and trusts it. Bloodridge appeared in the doorway. He looked at Harry in the chair, and his expression was the decided one, the geological one, and he said nothing for a moment. Well, Bloodridge said finally. Well, Harry agreed. Everything you need is in you, Bloodridge said. The vault will remain. It goes nowhere. You may access it over holidays, or send correspondence through Ragnarok's office. I will be, he paused, briefly, with the air of someone selecting a word they do not use casually, available, if there is something you cannot work out yourself. Which I expect will be rare. Harry stood. He picked up the bag he'd packed, books, some vault reference texts that Bloodridge had approved for removal, a sealed journal for notes, and slung it over one shoulder. Thank you, he said, and meant it absolutely. Not thanks for teaching him, or thanks for the knowledge, or thanks for the time, thanks for the thing Bloodridge had said on the first day and then made true, every single day, without exception or apology. Every time I see it in you, I will remove it. The smallness, the diminishment, the Dursley's long work of reduction. He'd removed it, lesson by lesson, 3 years of evidence to the contrary, until it was simply gone. Bloodridge absorbed the thanks without performance, which was the only way he knew how to receive things. Don't get killed, he said. It would be professionally embarrassing. Harry laughed. It surprised him, the realness of it, and he walked out of the vault and up the carved corridor toward the marble hall and the surface world and whatever came next. In his office at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk with a letter from Ragnarok in one hand and his half-moon spectacles perched on his nose, and he read the letter for the 4th time with the careful attention of someone who knows they are missing something but cannot yet identify what. The letter was brief. It confirmed that Harry James Potter had been assessed under the Gringotts inheritance protocol and found to be the validated heir of a dormant estate. It confirmed that the estate had been transferred to Mr. Potter's custody. It did not name the estate. It did not name the title. It used the specific and deliberate legal language of a communication that had been written by someone who wanted to say exactly this and nothing else. The account holder's affairs are in order, the letter concluded. Gringotts trusts that Mr. Potter's first year at Hogwarts will be a positive experience. Dumbledore set the letter down. He removed his glasses and cleaned them with the end of his robe and replaced them and looked out the window at the evening sky above the Black Lake, where the sun was going down in bands of orange and deep blue. He had, in his long life, encountered very few situations he could not see the shape of. He was not a man who wasted time pretending that uncertainty was comfortable. He had learned, decades ago, to sit with it until the shape resolved. What sat in front of him now was the shape of a boy he'd arranged very carefully, because the situation had required careful arrangement and he'd done what was necessary, and now that boy had apparently spent 3 years becoming something that Dumbledore could not fully map, under the supervision of Gringotts, outside the reach of the Ministry or Hogwarts or any of the structures that Dumbledore could see clearly and navigate confidently. He was not afraid of Harry Potter. That would have been a category error. He was, and he was honest enough with himself to name it accurately, he was uncertain what board he was looking at anymore, and Albus Dumbledore moved through the world most confidently when he could see the board. He would see him tomorrow, he supposed. On the train, at the sorting. He would see him tomorrow and he would look at the boy he'd placed with Petunia Desley 10 years ago, carrying a scar and a destiny and a necessity that Dumbledore had never enjoyed but had never flinched from, and he would begin to understand what 3 years in Gringotts had made of him. He picked up his tea. It had gone cold. He drank it anyway, looking at the lake, thinking. King's Cross at 11 on a September morning was loud and human and entirely indifferent to the significance of anything, which Harry found appropriate and slightly funny. He walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, not hesitantly, not with the running start of someone who wasn't sure it would work, just walked, with his trolley and Hedwig in her cage and the bag over his shoulder, and the brick wall received him and platform 9 3/4 exhaled itself around him in a rush of steam and noise. The Hogwarts Express was enormous and red and beautiful, and Harry stood on the platform for a moment and looked at it, and then he heard a woman saying now, "What's the number again?" "And 9 3/4, Mum, I told you and don't be cheeky and but it is 9 3/4, and turned to see a family, red-haired, 6 children visible, 1 adult, loud, warm, slightly chaotic in the manner of families that have simply accepted chaos as a baseline condition, making their way through the barrier in a loose, affectionate herd. The last one through, after his brothers, was a boy Harry's age with the same red hair and a slightly overwhelmed look that wasn't quite anxiety and wasn't quite excitement and was definitely both. He was looking at the train with an expression Harry recognized, the expression of someone seeing something enormous for the first time and deciding, in real time, what to feel about it. Harry liked him immediately. He was still deciding whether to say something when the boy's gaze swung sideways, landed on Harry, and widened in a way that was not, quite, the way people usually looked at him when they recognized him. It was wider than the usual recognition, more personal, somehow. Less like seeing a name and more like seeing a person. "Hi," the boy said. "Hi," Harry said. "Ron," the boy said, sticking out a hand with the kind of no-nonsense directness that Harry associated with people who didn't have the patience for social delicacy. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter," Harry said, and shook it. Ron's expression did a brief calculation. He'd clearly already known, from the scar, but was apparently committed to the approach of treating this like a normal introduction, which was, Harry thought, exactly correct. "Do you need help with your trunk?" Ron said. "I've got it," Harry said. "Do you?" Ron considered his enormously overpacked trunk, which was also trying to be a cage for a sleeping rat and a broom handle. "Probably yes," he said honestly. They lifted it together and got it onto the train, and somewhere in that 5 minutes of cooperative effort against a piece of luggage that seemed personally committed to resisting them, something settled between them that Harry suspected would last a long time. The train gave a long whistle. Steam billowed along the platform. Harry leaned out of the carriage window for a moment and felt the morning air and King's Cross receding and the train finding its speed, and the vault warmth was distant now, the farthest he'd been from it in 3 years, but it was there, steady as a compass bearing, constant and patient, and ahead of him the track curved north and the city gave way to fields, and it was September 1st and he was going to Hogwarts, and he was ready. He pulled his head back in and closed the window and sat down across from Ron Weasley, who was attempting to explain his rat's personality with a combination of honesty and misguided loyalty that Harry found genuinely charming. "He doesn't do much," Ron was admitting. "He's mostly just, there. My brothers think it's funny. I think they gave me a useless rat on purpose to be funny." "What's his name?" "Scabbers." Harry looked at the rat. The rat appeared to be asleep, or doing an excellent impression of it. Harry felt something in the back of his mind, the legilimency awareness, the environmental reading, flicker in a way that was odd, and then the rat shifted in its sleep and the flicker subsided and he filed it under later with the particular mental discipline Bloodridge had spent months building in him. "I have an owl," Harry offered. He nodded at Hedwig's cage on the rack above. "She's called Hedwig." Ron looked up at her. Hedwig looked back with her amber-eyed assessment. "She's brilliant," Ron said, with genuine feeling. "She knows it," Harry said. Ron laughed, and Harry laughed, and the train carried them north through the warming September morning, and somewhere ahead of them, on a hill above a lake, a castle was waiting to be known. Chapter 3, The Train, The Sorting. The moment the compartment door slid open around midday and a girl looked in with the particular expression of someone who has been walking the length of a moving train asking the same question and has not yet found a satisfactory answer. She had bushy brown hair and sharp eyes and the look of a person who had been waiting for school to start since approximately the age of 4, and she was holding a book with her thumb still marking her page, which told Harry she intended to return to it quickly. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she said. "A boy named Neville's lost one." "No toad," Ron said. He'd been attempting a spell on Scabbers for the last 20 minutes using a wand that was clearly second or third hand, following instructions from a piece of parchment his brothers had given him. It wasn't working, and his confidence in the brothers was declining visibly with each attempt. The girl's eyes moved to the wand, to the parchment, to Scabbers, and performed a rapid competence assessment. "That won't work," she said, with the directness of someone who has identified a problem and sees no reason not to say so. "The incantation's wrong. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, that's not a real spell. Your brothers pranked you." Ron stared at the parchment. His expression moved through several stages. "Of course they did," he said flatly. "Of course." The girl had already moved her attention to Harry. Not the lightning bolt scar kind of attention that he'd been getting from people all day. The compartment had accumulated 3 separate visits from people who'd heard Harry Potter was on the train and wanted to look at him, but something more interested and less performative. She was actually looking at him, the way Bloodridge looked at things, evaluating rather than confirming. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "You're Harry Potter." She said his name as a statement of identification, not a statement of awe. He appreciated the distinction. "Harry," he said. "Do you want to sit down?" She looked at the seats, looked at Scabbers, looked at Hedwig in her cage. Made a decision. Sat down beside Ron, who shifted slightly to make room with the automaticity of someone raised in a large family. "Have you been practicing?" she asked Harry. She meant magic, clearly. "I've been reading everything I could find. I'm Muggleborn, so I had to start from scratch in July when I got my letter, but I've read Standard Book of Spells grades 1 through 4 and a history of magic and magical theory and most of Intermediate Transfiguration, which is technically 3rd year, but," she stopped herself. "That's probably a lot." "That's impressive," Harry said, and meant it. She'd done in 2 months what most wizarding families gave their children 11 years of ambient cultural osmosis to accomplish. What did you think of the Gamp's Laws section in Intermediate Transfiguration? Hermione blinked. Whatever she'd expected him to say, that wasn't it. The elemental exceptions? I thought it was interesting, but the textbook explanation felt incomplete. Like it was summarizing something much larger without actually explaining the principles underneath. It is, Harry said. The original framework is in a lot of the older texts. The 5 exceptions are actually conclusions, the reasoning behind them goes back much further. Hermione looked at him with an expression that had rapidly upgraded from evaluating to something more alert and engaged, the expression of someone who has just encountered a conversation they hadn't expected to find. What older texts? I'll write some titles down if you want, Harry said. They're not standard curriculum, but most of them should be in the Hogwarts library. Yes, Hermione said, immediately and without qualifying it, which Harry liked. Some people would have hedged, asked if it was too much, made it a performance of not wanting to impose. She just said yes because yes was the accurate answer. Ron had been looking between them with the expression of someone watching a sport he didn't fully understand the rules of but found genuinely interesting. I grew up in a magical family, he said, to no one in particular, and I already feel like I've missed something. You know things they don't, Harry said honestly. How it actually feels. The texture of it. That's harder to learn than theory. Ron looked at him sideways. That's a very nice thing to say to someone who just found out his brothers have been winding him up for years. Well, Harry said. Both can be true. The door slid open again, and this time a round-faced boy looked in, and his expression was the specific expression of someone who has been having a deeply difficult day and has been containing it with limited success. He was holding a toad. Oh, Hermione said. You found him. He was in the luggage rack 3 compartments down, Neville Longbottom said. He looked at the toad with a mixture of relief and betrayal. He does this. I don't know why I keep thinking he won't. He looked up. Sorry to interrupt. Hermione said she was going to ask, I told her she didn't have to. Sit down, Harry said. Neville looked at the seats, looked at Ron, looked at Harry, and sat down with the air of someone accepting an unexpected kindness while remaining on alert for the catch. Harry knew that posture. He'd worn it for years. What's his name? Harry asked. Trevor, Neville said. He held up the toad, who stared back at Harry with the philosophical resignation of an animal that has made peace with its circumstances. He's not, he doesn't do anything particularly impressive. My gran says I should have an owl, but she gave me Trevor before I could say anything and I didn't want to. He stopped. Sorry. That's a lot about a toad. Trevor's a good name, Harry said. Solid. Neville looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has just received a small thing they needed and isn't entirely sure how to receive it. I'm Neville, he said. Neville Longbottom. Harry. That's Ron, that's Hermione. Ron raised a hand. Hermione was already back in her book but lifted her eyes to nod. They rode north together through the afternoon, the light changing, the landscape going from the managed tidiness of the south toward something wider and less contained. Hermione and Harry talked about theory until Ron, who had been listening with patient interest, started asking questions that were concrete and practical and grounded in actual experience of magic working, and the conversation got better for it. Neville mostly listened, but he laughed twice at things Ron said with the surprised laugh of someone who has been coiled against the possibility of laughter and gets caught off guard. Harry watched all 3 of them with the legitimacy awareness he was careful not to overuse. It wasn't reading minds, just reading the surface of a room, the emotional weather. Ron was warm and defensive of things he cared about and disarming in his honesty. Hermione was exhilarated and slightly overwhelmed and covering both with confidence she'd built fast, this summer, from scratch. Neville was kind in the way of people who have been taught to feel small and have not let it make them mean, which Harry thought was a quietly remarkable achievement. He filed all of it with the same attention Bloodridge had trained him to give everything. Not calculating, not strategic. Just paying attention, because people who paid attention to other people were capable of things that people who didn't could never manage. The compartment door opened for the fourth time at around 4 in the afternoon, and the quality of the intrusion was different from the previous ones immediately. There were 3 of them, the boy in the center with the kind of angular pale face that carries its assumptions about the world in its bone structure. He looked at Harry with the deliberateness of someone who has been told what to look for and has found it, and he looked at Ron with a different kind of deliberateness, the reflex assessment of social class, quick and barely concealed, and his conclusions were visible in the micro-contraction around his eyes. Harry Potter, the boy said, and he said it the way Hermione had said it, as identification, but the register was entirely different. Where Hermione had been curious, this was something more proprietary. Like a statement of pre-existing knowledge that he wanted acknowledged. "That's me," Harry said pleasantly. "Draco Malfoy." He said his own name the same way, like something that should be recognized. He extended a hand. "You'll find that some families are better to know than others at Hogwarts. I can help with that." Harry looked at the hand. Looked at Draco. Took in the 2 larger boys flanking him, the way they stood, bodyguards or props, it was hard to say, possibly both. Took in the expression, which was doing something more interesting than pure arrogance. There was something underneath the posture, something that was working harder than posture should have to work. He shook the hand. "Thanks," he said. "I'll keep that in mind." Draco's eyes moved to Ron and did the thing they'd done before, but more slowly. "You don't want to make the wrong friends," he said, and he said it to Harry but he meant it about Ron, which was a particular type of social maneuver that Harry found both transparent and unimpressive. "I think I'm managing all right," Harry said, in the same pleasant tone, and there was something in his voice, not aggression, not performance, just the absolute absence of any concern about whether Draco's assessment of his friendship choices had weight. The pleasantness was real, which was what made it land differently than dismissal would have. Draco looked at him. The working harder thing underneath the posture worked harder. Something shifted in his expression that wasn't anger, more like recalibration. His father had told him something about Harry Potter, clearly, and what his father had told him and what was sitting in front of him were not quite the same thing, and he was noticing the discrepancy. "Right," Draco said, after a pause that was a beat too long. "Well. The offer stands." "Appreciated," Harry said. Draco left. The door slid shut. Ron turned to Harry with his eyebrows at a significant altitude. "Malfoy," Ron said. "His whole family was Death Eaters. Dad talks about them." He said this not with the performance of someone delivering important information but with the practicality of someone clarifying context. "I know," Harry said. Ron looked at him with a more careful expression. "How do you know?" "I've been doing a lot of reading," Harry said, which was true as far as it went. Ron seemed to accept this as a reasonable answer, because he was the kind of person who accepted reasonable answers without performing skepticism. Hermione had lowered her book fully and was looking at Harry with the evaluating expression again, the upgraded version. She'd been doing this more since the Gamp's Laws conversation, with increasing frequency, and Harry suspected she was accumulating a theory that she was not yet ready to present. He let her accumulate. She'd get there. They changed into robes as the sky outside went dark and the train began to slow, and when it stopped at Hogsmeade Station the cold hit them in a rush, northern cold, mountain adjacent, with the smell of a lake in it. Harry stepped onto the platform and looked up and there was the castle, lit against the black sky across the water, towers and battlements and lit windows and the whole medieval bulk of it, and he understood immediately why people were rendered speechless by it. It was not just large. It was old, in the way the vault was old, not merely the passage of time, but accumulated presence, centuries of living and learning and dying and returning layered into the stone until the stone itself was something more than stone. He could feel it from the platform, faint but unmistakable. The castle was aware. Not intelligent. Not conscious in the way a person is conscious, but aware, responsive to what happened inside it, recording it, holding it, participating in it in ways that most of its inhabitants would never notice. Merlin had built this school, or contributed substantially to its building. That was in the vault texts, not precisely stated, more assumed, the way texts assume readers share a context. Harry had understood, reading those passages, why the vault felt the way it did. Home was perhaps too strong a word, but not entirely wrong. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. The voice came from the largest human being Harry had ever seen, enormous, barrel-chested, with a beard that suggested birds might be living in it comfortably and none of them would know. His face was broad and warm and his lantern swung in the dark and he was looking at the first years with an expression of genuine protective pleasure, the way someone looks at a thing they've looked at many times and still find good. For to a boat. The giant man, Hagrid, someone behind Harry said, "That's Hagrid," called, and they got into boats, and the boats moved across the black lake without anyone rowing, and the castle came toward them across the water lit gold against the dark and Harry heard Hermione breathe in sharply beside him and Neville gripped the side of the boat and Ron said bloody hell very quietly and then looked at his mother's hypothetical reaction to his language and grimaced. Harry watched the castle come closer and felt the awareness of it growing, the warmth of it rising slowly the way the vault warmth rose when he descended the corridor, and he let himself feel it fully, the anticipation, the recognition, the specific quality of arriving somewhere you've never been that nonetheless feels familiar. Inside, a tall witch with her black hair in a severe knot and the expression of someone who has been overseeing first-year arrivals for decades and has feelings about their noise levels met them at the doors. Professor McGonagall, Harry recognized her from the historical texts, and from Dumbledore's biographies, and from the general reputation she carried in the magical world like a second set of robes, looked at the assembled first years with the precise attention of someone conducting a rapid assessment. Her eyes paused on Harry. Just briefly, one beat longer than the other students. Something moved in her expression and was immediately contained, because she was the kind of person who contained things. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, and began to explain the sorting. Harry listened and let his awareness spread outward the way Bloodridge had taught him, not invasively, just openly. The great hall beyond the doors was enormous and alive with sound and the particular charged energy of 400 students sitting at long tables waiting for something. The teacher's table at the far end. Dumbledore's chair in the center, empty still. The sorting would be a hat. He knew this, it was in A History of Magic, briefly, and in one of the vault texts more extensively, a fascinating piece of enchanted sentience that Gryffindor had apparently spent 6 months creating and was considerably more sophisticated than most people gave it credit for. It didn't just evaluate traits. It engaged. It had a point of view and it argued, and it had been arguing with students for 1,000 years and had developed, Harry suspected, some interesting opinions. He was looking forward to it. The doors to the great hall opened and they walked in, and the ceiling showed the October night sky above, and the candles floated, and the houses looked at them from their tables with the mixture of interest and performed indifference that Harry associated with teenagers everywhere. He walked down between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables without looking at the stairs, though he could feel them, the point and whisper of it, the "is that him, that's him, where's the scar" murmur running along the benches. Dumbledore was at the head table. Harry found him without searching, because he radiated a particular quality of presence that made him easy to locate in a room, not just authority, something more complex, the layered weight of someone who had been making enormous decisions for a very long time. He was watching the first years walk in with an expression of warmth that was genuine, Harry thought, but warmth and calculation were not mutually exclusive, and both were present. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Harry didn't look away first. He also didn't make anything of it, no performance of defiance, no signal. Just a moment of mutual acknowledgement, one person seeing another, and then Harry looked back at the front of the hall. He couldn't be sure what Dumbledore had read in that fraction of a second. He was reasonably sure it hadn't been what Dumbledore expected. The sorting hat was battered and old and sat on a stool at the front of the hall, and when it opened the rip near its brim it sang, and the song was different every year, which meant the hat composed it fresh each time, which meant there was considerably more active intelligence in it than most people bothered to think about. Harry filed this with the vault warmth detail and the castle awareness detail under things that are true and interesting. Names were called alphabetically. Hermione Granger went up and sat on the stool, and the hat touched her head and paused, a longer pause than several of the students before her, and Harry watched it and thought that the hat was probably doing something similar to what Ollivander's eyes did, that going slightly unfocused listening. Then it called Gryffindor in its booming old voice, and Hermione walked to the Gryffindor table looking simultaneously relieved and unsurprised, which was exactly the face he'd have expected. Neville Longbottom went up and sat, and the hat took a long time, the longest so far, and Neville sat very still with his eyes closed and his hands in his lap, and Harry thought, watching him, that whatever the hat was saying to Neville, Neville was having an argument with it. And then Gryffindor, and Neville opened his eyes and looked almost confused, and walked to the table. Draco Malfoy was Slytherin before the hat touched his head, practically, the hat barely settled before it spoke, and Draco walked to the Slytherin table with satisfaction fully in place. Potter, Harry. The hall went very quiet. Not the silence of a room where people stop talking, but the silence of a room where people stop breathing, which is different and more complete. Harry walked to the stool, sat down, and the hat dropped over his head. The darkness inside the hat was complete and warm, and then a voice spoke directly into his skull, not in his ears, and it had the quality of something very old that has been paying close attention to human beings for 1,000 years and has complex opinions about them. Well, the hat said. Now there's something I haven't seen before. Hello, Harry said, because it seemed polite. You can respond. Good, most of them just sit there radiating anxiety. I appreciate a conversation. A pause that felt like the hat examining him from several angles simultaneously. You know what you are. I'm learning, Harry said. He'd said this to Ollivander, and it had been true then. It was still true, and would probably always be true, which was fine. The bloodline is unmistakable, the hat said. Extraordinary. I've had Potters and Longbottoms and Weasleys and Dumbledores sitting on this stool, and the strongest lineages have a kind of resonance to them. Yours is something else entirely. Like standing next to a very large and very patient river. Another pause. Now. Where to put you? You could just ask me, Harry said. I could, the hat agreed, with something that felt like amusement, ancient and dry. I usually ask rather than tell, regardless of what the students think is happening. They sit there thinking I'm sorting them, and what I'm actually doing is having a conversation. A pause. So. Where would you like to go? Gryffindor, Harry said. Not because I'm reckless or because I want to prove something. Because the things I value are the things it values, honesty, the willingness to act when acting is right. And because the people I've already met today who I want to know better are mostly going there. That's a better reason than most, the hat said. You could make an argument for Ravenclaw, the intellect is there, obviously. There's even a case for Slytherin, which would surprise you less than it might. Probably not, Harry agreed. I understand ambition. But I'm not interested in legacy the way Slytherin's version of ambition requires. I'm interested in what things actually are, not what they're supposed to represent. Very Gryffindor of you to say so, the hat said, with the dry amusement again. One more thing. The warmth inside the hat shifted, became more deliberate. The castle knows what you are. It has been, waiting, I think, is the word. Not for you specifically. For what you represent. A pause. It will help you, if you let it. Not visibly. Just, it will remember who it was built for, when it's needed. Thank you, Harry said. Thank Godric, the hat said. It was his idea to make me self-aware. I've had complicated feelings about that for about 9 centuries. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted, and Harry took the hat off and set it back on the stool and walked to the table, and the noise was enormous and warm, and Ron was already shouting something about having called it, and Hermione was clapping with precise enthusiasm, and Neville, who was at the end of the bench, looked up as Harry sat and nodded with a small smile that was entirely genuine. At the head table, Dumbledore was watching him with his hands folded and an expression Harry couldn't read at this distance, could barely begin to map, but the intelligence in it was unmistakable, and the recalibration, and something that might have been, around the eyes, the beginning of something like concern. Harry smiled at something Ron said and passed the food and let the Great Hall do what great halls were built for. The feast was excellent and the Gryffindor table was loud and the prefects were well-meaning but spread thin, and Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, positioned at the far end of the table, radiating official importance, made 2 announcements about rules that were received with the enthusiasm rules generally receive from 11-year-olds. Harry ate and listened and let the room speak to him. The legilimency awareness broader here than anywhere he'd used it, because there were 400 people in a stone room that was itself aware, and the combination produced an ambient signal that was rich and complex and genuinely interesting. Not one emotion, not one intention, dozens, hundreds, layered and moving, the way a city sounds different from an empty street. He also watched Quirrell at the head table. Professor Quirrell, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Purple turban, anxious manner, the stutter that was referenced in everything Harry had read about him. He was eating and not eating, picking at his food and setting his fork down and picking it up, and his eyes moved around the hall with the quality of eyes that are looking for something specific and have been looking for it for a long time. Harry had known, intellectually, from Bloodridge's network reports, that Quirrell's condition was the thing it was. Knowing intellectually was different from sitting 30 feet away and feeling it, the wrongness of it, the particular signature of something layered over a human presence like a mask, something that was old and hungry and very cold, pressing against the warm ambient noise of the hall like a bruise. He didn't look at Quirrell directly. He didn't need to. Later, he told himself. Understand it first. Then address it. He turned back to Ron, who was explaining the Hogwarts ghosts with the authority of someone whose older brothers have narrated every detail and who is therefore an expert by osmosis, and Harry asked questions and Ron answered them, and Hermione corrected 2 factual errors with the precision of someone who cannot let factual errors stand but feels some social obligation to make the corrections friendly, and Harry liked both of them very much. The first potions lesson was on a Thursday, in the dungeons, in a classroom that was cold in the way of deep places, not weather cold but earth cold, the chill of rooms that sunlight never touches. Harry sat beside Ron and Hermione sat on his other side, and the classroom filled with first years from both Gryffindor and Slytherin in the careful social arrangement of houses that have a competitive relationship. Snape arrived without preamble. He moved the way teachers who have been the most intimidating presence in every room they've entered for 20 years move, with the absolute assurance that everyone was already looking at him, which they were. His robes were black and he had the kind of face that communicated that he had assessed the world and found it lacking, and had no particular interest in revising that assessment. He took attendance with the particular performance of someone using bureaucracy as an instrument of power, and when he reached Harry's name he paused. "Harry Potter," he said. The pause after it was deliberate. "Our celebrity." Harry looked up. Made eye contact with Snape with the particular quality of eye contact that communicates nothing at all, no defiance, no anxiety, just clear and open and waiting. Snape's eyes were very dark and very intelligent, and they were doing something at the surface that Harry recognized, with the legilimency awareness, as probing. He let his surface be whatever it was, which was calm, and present, and genuinely curious about the lesson. Snape moved on through the attendance, and his lecture on the beauty and subtlety of potions was, Harry thought privately, genuinely excellent. The contempt for incompetence aside, the man actually loved his subject, and it showed in the language he used for it. Then the question started. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death," Harry said. "One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. The preparation is significantly more difficult than it sounds. the infusion has to be at exactly the right temperature when the asphodel's added or the compounds neutralize each other. A pause. Snape had not expected the addendum. His expression didn't change, but something in it recalibrated by millimeters. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? Stomach of a goat. They neutralize most common poisons, which is why every potion student is advised to keep one accessible. The quality varies significantly by the goat's diet. Another pause, longer. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing. Same plant. Also called aconite. Harry paused. The correct question is probably about the 3 different ways to prepare it and which preparation is actually safe to handle, since all 3 look identical to the untrained eye and 2 of them will kill you through skin contact. The classroom had gone very quiet. Snape looked at him for a long moment, and Harry looked back with the same clear open attention he'd started with. Not performing. Not showing off. Just answering questions he'd been asked with the information he actually had. 5 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, with the air of someone awarding something they find mildly inconvenient. He moved to the next question. Ron turned to Harry the moment Snape's back was turned and mouthed, "How do you know all that?" Harry shrugged, quietly, and got out his ingredients. The incident with Neville happened in the 2nd week. They were in potions again, and Neville had made the particular error of adding porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the heat, which caused the potion to melt his cauldron and splatter on his hands, which blistered immediately. Neville had made a sound that was contained but clearly painful and was looking at his hands with the resignation of someone who has been told, often and by people whose opinion he values, that he is not good at this, and is currently receiving confirmation. Snape had moved to Neville's station with his robes sweeping and his expression set at the temperature he reserved for Gryffindors who made mistakes, which was well below 0, and he looked at Neville's hands and then at Neville's face, and he said, "Typical," and the word was a very small and very precise implement that was designed to do exactly one thing. Harry didn't raise his voice. He said, from his station 2 benches away, with the pleasantness he'd used in the compartment with Draco, the pleasantness that was real, which made it land differently than aggression would, "Professor Snape. The quill error is in the standard instructions. The instructions don't specify that the cauldron needs to be off the heat first. It's an omission." Snape turned. His eyes were very cold and very focused. "Potter." "I'm not being difficult," Harry said, in the same tone. "I'm identifying an error in the instructions that's going to cause the same problem for other students if it's not noted. If the instructions are correct and Longbottom's reading them wrong, then the instructions should be clear enough that they can't be read wrong." He held Snape's gaze easily. "If they're not, that's a curriculum problem." The silence in the dungeon classroom was complete. 22 first-years had stopped breathing. Snape looked at Harry for a long, long moment. Harry did not look away and did not make the look into anything other than what it was, clear, direct, holding its ground without being a threat. No heat in it. No performance. Just a person who had said a true thing and was waiting. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, for unsolicited commentary. "Fair enough," Harry said, and went back to his potion. "Take Longbottom to the hospital wing," Snape added, to the room, and his voice was the same temperature it always was, but he had gone back to writing on the board rather than continuing whatever he'd been doing to Neville's already badly dented afternoon. Harry caught Neville's eye as Hermione helped him to the door. Neville looked at him with an expression that was trying very hard to be neutral and not quite succeeding. There was something in it, something raw and grateful and slightly stunned, the expression of someone who has never once had someone say a true thing on their behalf in a room where it cost something to say it. Harry nodded once. Nothing dramatic. Just acknowledgement. Neville went out the door looking 2 degrees less like he wanted to disappear. The Thursday after that, Harry went to the 3rd-floor corridor. He went alone, in the evening, after dinner, which was against the rules in the sense that Dumbledore had mentioned at the start of term feast that students should not go there, which was of course the single most effective possible way to ensure that students went there. Harry's reasons were different from idle curiosity, but the mechanism was the same. He went because he needed to know what was there, and he had decided the day he arrived that needing to know things was not a preference he was going to override. The door to the corridor was locked. He opened it with a touch and a word in the old language from the vault texts, the same language the castle was built in, and felt the castle acknowledge him, not dramatically, just a slight warming of the stone under his hand, the same way the vault floor warmed. The door swung open. The room beyond smelled of dog. The dog in question was three-headed and approximately the size of a small car, and it looked at Harry with three pairs of very serious eyes and made a sound in all three of its throats that was not yet a bark but was clearly in the process of deciding. "I'm not here to take anything," Harry said, to all three heads. He stood very still. "I just wanted to see." The middle head tilted slightly. Its ears, which were the size of dinner plates, adjusted. "Good dog," Harry said, in the same conversational tone, because it was clearly a dog, just significantly more dog than usual, and the principles probably still applied. Something moved under the dog's feet, the outline of a trapdoor, just visible at the edges, pressed into the floor by three enormous paws. Harry looked at the trapdoor. Looked at the dog. Looked at the trapdoor again. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel. The protections in the depths, plural, he knew from vault references to the general structure of the school's security layers, each one designed by a different teacher. Quirrell, who wanted it? And underneath Quirrell, the thing that wanted everything. He understood, in a complete and uncomplicated way, that he was going to have to go down there eventually. Not yet, he needed more information and he needed the shape of the thing to become clearer. But eventually, and probably before Quirrell got there. "Thanks," Harry said to the dog, which had not moved and was watching him with the wary patience of an animal that has decided, provisionally, not to eat him. He took a step backward. "Sorry to disturb you." He pulled the door shut, sealed it, and walked back down the corridor, thinking. He saw Dumbledore 3 days later. Not by accident, Harry had sent a note through McGonagall's office requesting a meeting, because the direct approach was the only approach he could endorse as genuinely respectful, and Dumbledore had responded with a handwritten note that said tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock, my office in small neat handwriting that managed to communicate both warmth and wariness in the curve of its letters. The stone gargoyle that guarded the tower stairs leapt aside without Harry needing to know the password, which he thought was probably the castle making itself useful in the way the hat had told him it might. He went up. Dumbledore's office was circular and full of things that moved and breathed and hummed on their own, instruments on every surface, silver and spindly, measuring something or remembering something, and portraits on the walls that pretended to sleep with the unconvincing dedication of portraits that are very interested in the current occupant. Fawkes the Phoenix was on his perch and watched Harry come in with the focused amber attention of an animal that is considerably more intelligent than its classification suggests. Dumbledore was behind his desk and he rose when Harry entered, which was either courtesy or the instinct to be standing when you don't know what's coming, or both. He looked, in person, at Harry with the same full attention he'd directed at the first years at the sorting, warm, genuine, and underneath both of those things, very actively analytical. "Harry," he said. "Please sit down." "Lemon drop?" "No thank you," Harry said, and sat. They looked at each other for a moment. Two people in a room, sizing it up, both aware of the other's awareness, and neither willing to pretend the awareness wasn't there. "I imagine you've been waiting to have this conversation," Dumbledore said, with the ease of someone who has decided that directness, in this case, is the best strategy. "I thought you probably had questions," Harry said. "And it seemed better to answer them directly than to let you work around the edges of them." Dumbledore's eyebrows moved. "Just slightly." "That is a remarkably direct way to begin." "I've found direct is usually faster," Harry said. "And you're a busy person." Fawkes made a sound on his perch, not quite a word, but something in the register of amusement. Dumbledore glanced at him briefly, then back at Harry. Gringotts tells me very little, Dumbledore said, which is, of course, they're right. They do tell me that your parents' vault is in order and that you have received an inheritance of some significance. He paused, and in the pause was the very careful weight of someone choosing exactly how much to reveal about how much they know. May I ask the nature of it? I'm the heir of Merlin Ambrosius, Harry said. Direct bloodline, matrilineal descent, validated by the inheritance registry. Gringotts has been custodian of the estate for 1500 years. The estate includes his vault, his accumulated work, and the title of Sorcerer Supreme. The office was very quiet. I see, Dumbledore said, after a moment that was longer than his usual pauses. Fawkes had gone very still. Several of the silver instruments had stopped moving. And you have been accessing this estate. For 3 years, Harry said. Since I was 8. Ragnarok contacted my uncle with a letter meant for me and he brought me in. He paused. I know you didn't know that. I'm not mentioning it as a complaint. I'm mentioning it so you have the accurate picture. Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses with an expression that was doing 3 things at once. The warmth was still there, and the analytical quality, and something else now, something more carefully held, the expression of someone reassessing the dimensions of a space they thought they knew. You have been studying, Dumbledore said slowly, in Merlin's vault. For 3 years. Yes. Under whose instruction? A Gringotts shaman called Bloodridge. He was the vault's custodian for 60 years before the estate transferred. Harry looked at Dumbledore steadily. He's very good. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He picked up his lemon drop, considered it, set it down. Harry, he said, in a slightly different register, warmer, and more honest, which Harry appreciated. I placed you with your aunt and uncle for reasons of protective magic that I believed were sound. I want you to know that I am aware it was not an ideal arrangement, and that, I know why you did it, Harry said. The blood protection is real and it worked. The protection needed Aunt Petunia's blood. She has it. I understand the logic. He paused. I'm not angry about it. I just want you to understand that I also understand it, so you don't have to manage the conversation around it. Dumbledore looked at him. This time the expression that moved across his face was something Harry hadn't seen on him yet, something undefended, just for a moment, the face of someone encountering a thing they weren't ready for. What would you like from me, Harry? Dumbledore asked, and Harry thought that was probably the most honest question he'd asked so far. Nothing specific, Harry said. I wanted you to have the accurate picture, because you're going to be making decisions that involve me, and making them with inaccurate information would be bad for both of us. He met Dumbledore's eyes directly. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not issuing demands. I'm just, he thought about how to say it clearly. I'm telling you what I am, so that you know. So that when you're deciding things, you're deciding them about the actual situation. The fire crackled. Fawkes made a soft sound and resettled on his perch. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, 11 years old, small for his age even now, wearing slightly second-hand robes, with his mother's eyes and his father's hair and a presence in the room that was not like anything Dumbledore had encountered since the last time he'd sat in a room with someone whose power had accrued over centuries rather than decades, and he looked, underneath all of it, just slightly unsettled, in the way of someone who has had the board removed from under their chess pieces. Thank you, Harry, he said, and this time the warmth was uncomplicated by strategy, or at least less complicated. I appreciate your candor. Harry stood. Good night, Professor. He walked to the door, and at the door he stopped, not because he was making a point, just because he'd thought of something. The third-floor corridor, he said, without turning around. You should probably check on the protections. Not because they're inadequate, I assume they're well designed. just because the thing trying to get through them is more motivated than you might realize. He heard Dumbledore's silence behind him, the specific quality of a silence that is not empty. "Good night, Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry went out and down the stairs and back through the castle, which warmed around him as he walked in the particular way of something very old that has been waiting a long time and is beginning, finally, to feel that the wait was worth it. Chapter 4, What the Castle Remembers. The castle had a heartbeat. Harry had been feeling it since the first night, that low, constant warmth that moved through the stone like blood through walls, deeper than the torches and the fires and the ambient heat of several hundred bodies living in close proximity. It wasn't quite the same as the vault. The vault was concentrated, specific, like a held breath. The castle was diffuse and vast and breathing, and the longer Harry lived inside it the more he could distinguish its textures, the section of the fourth-floor corridor that had been repaired after a fire in the 16th century and still held the memory of heat in its stone, the staircase near the astronomy tower that shifted not randomly but in response to the weight distribution of whoever was on it, which was engineering rather than whimsy. The way the Great Hall's enchanted ceiling didn't simply mirror the sky outside but actually connected to something deeper in the castle's awareness, so that on the night of the Halloween feast, before anything happened, the ceiling had gone strange and heavy with a quality that Harry had noticed and filed. He filed a lot of things. October moved through Hogwarts with the particular energy of a school settling into itself, the initial strangeness of the first weeks giving way to the particular new strangeness of routine, which was less dramatic but more informative. You learned more about people in routine than in the exceptional, because routine didn't have a performance prepared. Harry watched and noted and paid attention with the careful pleasure of someone doing a thing they were built for. Ron was better at chess than anyone his age had any right to be. He played it the way he did most things, with an instinctive spatial intelligence that he applied without naming it, just seeing patterns that other people missed. Harry beat him twice and then Ron beat him 4 times in succession, and after the 4th time Ron looked faintly stunned by himself, like he'd done something by accident and wasn't sure how to feel about it. "You're genuinely good at that," Harry said. "It's just chess," Ron said. "There's no such thing as just chess," Harry said. "It's pattern recognition and strategic sequencing and threat assessment. You're very good at it. That's not a small thing." Ron looked at him sideways, in the careful way he had of receiving things he wasn't sure whether to believe. Then he looked at the board and reset the pieces with practiced efficiency. "Again?" he said. "Yes," Harry said, and lost on purpose for a while and then won genuinely, and it was better. Hermione had evolved, in 3 weeks, from the girl who'd walked the train correcting Ron's brother's pranks into something more interesting and more particular. She still corrected things. She still had the book with the thumb in the page and the look of someone who will return to it within the next 30 seconds. But something had happened to her understanding of magic in the time since she'd started trying to find the older texts Harry had mentioned, and it showed in the way she asked questions in class. They'd gotten more precise, more interested in principles rather than procedures, and McGonagall had twice given her the evaluating expression that McGonagall reserved for students she was revising her opinion of. She cornered Harry outside the library on a Thursday evening with her hands full of parchment and the expression of a person who has been building toward a conversation for some time and has decided she is ready. "These texts you mentioned," she said without preamble, because she was Hermione and preamble was for people who weren't confident of their welcome. "The ones on Gamp's laws. I found 3 of them in the restricted section, which I had to get special permission for from Professor Flitwick, who wanted to know why, and I told him I was pursuing supplementary reading and he looked at me for a long time and then signed the permission slip." She set the parchment on the table nearest them. "These aren't in any of the standard references. Some of the passages are in a notation system I don't recognize. Where did you get these titles?" Harry sat down across from her. "Private reading," he said, which was consistent and entirely true. Hermione looked at him. The theory she'd been accumulating since the train was visible in her expression, not quite there yet, but close. "The notation system," she said. "It's pre-medieval." I cross-referenced it with historical scholarship and I think it's a form of early magical notation that predates the standardization of Latin-based spell work. Most serious historians think texts in that notation don't exist outside the few archived at the ministry. She paused. So either you've been to the ministry archives, which requires authorization that an 11-year-old wouldn't have, or you've seen them somewhere else. She looked at him steadily. I'm not trying to pry. I'm just being accurate about what the data suggests. The data is accurate, Harry said. So there's a collection somewhere, Hermione said. And you've had access to it? Yes. She looked at him for a moment, and whatever she found in his expression apparently told her something, because she nodded and put the parchment into a more organized stack and said, if I find things I can't interpret, can I ask you? Yes, Harry said. Always. She picked up the stack. Thank you. She started to leave, then turned back. The section in the second text, the one about the transitive properties of magical will across spatial barriers. Is that actually verified or is it theoretical? Verified, Harry said. There's a practical application in the 4th chapter of the same text. It's difficult but it works. Hermione looked at the parchment in her hands with the expression of someone recalibrating their evening plans. Right, she said, and went to find a table. Neville was in the greenhouses every Saturday morning before anyone else arrived. Harry found this out by accident on the second Saturday when he went to look at the greenhouses because the castle's memory was interesting in its proximity to growing things, some kind of deep resonance between the magical awareness of the building and the living things planted against its walls that Harry wanted to understand better. He pushed open the first greenhouse door and found Neville crouched over a tray of seedlings with his sleeves rolled up and his face doing something it didn't usually do in public, which was looking entirely comfortable. Neville startled, came upright, and his face rearranged back into its public configuration with the speed of long practice. I just come here to, he started. You're good at this, Harry said, coming in and letting the greenhouse door close behind him. The air inside was warm and damp and green-smelling, and it was, he noted, several degrees warmer near the seedlings than the rest of the greenhouse, in a way that had nothing to do with the heating charms on the glass. Harry crouched and looked at the tray. The seedlings were doing something in the soil that was more like dancing than growing, a slight directional lean toward Neville's hands that stopped when Neville moved away. Is that you doing that, or them? Neville looked at the seedlings. Looked at Harry. Both, he said, cautiously, as though admitting something he expected to be received badly. I don't know how to explain it. They kind of respond. When I'm working with them. That's herbological affinity, Harry said. It's old magic. It's not in the standard curriculum because the ministry classification system treats it as a subset skill rather than a primary discipline, which is a categorical error. Some of the most significant magical traditions in the world are plant-based and they require exactly what you're describing, a native resonance with growing things. He looked at Neville, who was processing this with an expression that was trying very hard not to be as hopeful as it was. You have it natively. That's not common. Neville sat back on his heels and looked at the seedlings. My gran says I'm better with plants than spells, he said, with the careful neutrality of someone quoting a statement that has been used as both a compliment and a disappointment. She means, he stopped. She means herbology isn't defense against the dark arts, Harry said. Neville said nothing, which was yes. The Longbottom family has a documented history of herbological affinity going back at least 4 centuries, Harry said. It's actually referenced in multiple historical texts as a significant and highly specific form of magical talent. He paused. Your grandmother's family values certain kinds of magic over others. That's her prerogative. But the thing you're doing right now isn't lesser than what she values. It's just different, and she doesn't have the frame of reference to understand it. Neville looked at him. Something moved in his face, not the hopeful trying not to be hopeful expression, something more complicated and more real. How do you know about the Longbottom history, he said. Research, Harry said, which was also entirely true. The vault texts had a surprising amount of information about significant British magical lineages, and the Longbottom line had come up 3 times in contexts that were not incidental. My parents, Neville started, and stopped, and started again. My gran doesn't talk about them much. What they could do. His voice was carefully controlled and he was looking at the seedlings again rather than Harry. She talks about what happened to them. Not, who they were. Harry thought about the right thing to say, which was not the obvious thing and not the comforting thing, because Neville didn't need comfort as much as he needed to be treated as someone capable of handling truth. I know a little of who they were, Harry said. Frank Longbottom was one of the best aurors of his generation. That's documented. And Alice Longbottom was apparently extraordinary at charms work. She had an instinct for it that several people wrote about. You didn't come from nothing, Neville. You come from people who were very good at what they did. He paused. They also both resisted Voldemort directly and withstood what happened to them without breaking. That's not nothing either. Neville's jaw was tight. He nodded once, looking at the seedlings. I'm sorry, Harry said. About what happened to them. You lost your parents too, Neville said. I did, Harry said. It's different. But it's also the same. He stood. Can I watch you work for a bit? I'm interested in the resonance thing. I want to see what it looks like from the outside. The question clearly surprised Neville, the offer to watch as a genuine matter of interest, not as surveillance or company or condescension. He looked at Harry for a moment and then nodded and turned back to his seedlings, and his hands settled back into their working position, and the seedlings resumed their slow lean, and Harry sat against the greenhouse wall and watched and learned something he hadn't known before. The defense against the dark arts lessons happened twice a week and they were, by unanimous student opinion across all 4 houses, not good. This was not entirely Quirrell's fault, technically, because Quirrell knew his material well enough. His theory was sound and his historical knowledge was solid. The problem was that knowing something and teaching it were different skills and Quirrell had one and not the other, and his lessons dissolved into long meandering segments where he talked at students who were struggling to locate the point. Harry paid attention anyway, because the information was real even if the delivery was poor, and because watching Quirrell was its own separate study that had nothing to do with the formal lesson content. What Harry had felt at the feast, that cold wrong presence, layered over a human one like a mask, had not changed in specifics but had changed in his understanding of it as he accumulated more observations. It was not continuous. That was the interesting thing. It was thicker, more present, on certain days and certain times of day, and on those days Quirrell was more distracted and more agitated, his stutter worse and his eyes more restless. On other days it was thinner, and Quirrell was visibly more comfortable in his own skin, and Harry thought that whatever the arrangement was between Quirrell and the thing in his turban, it was not entirely comfortable for either party. He also thought, watching Quirrell explain the theory of defensive positioning in combat situations, that Quirrell was genuinely afraid. Not performing fear, actually afraid, in the bone-deep way of someone who has made a bargain they cannot unmake and has been living with the consequences long enough to understand them fully. Harry found this more interesting than sinister. Voldemort as pure evil was a narrative, Voldemort in the body of a frightened man who'd chosen this arrangement for reasons that made sense to him at the time was a more complete picture. You couldn't address a complete picture with the same tools you'd use against a narrative. After the 3rd lesson, Harry stayed behind while the class filed out. Quirrell was erasing the board with the brisk efficiency of someone who wants to be alone. He became aware that the room hadn't fully emptied, and turned, and saw Harry at the front, and his expression went through several stages very quickly, the surface stutter and nervousness, and underneath it something sharper and more complicated. P. Potter, Quirrell said. The reading list you gave us, Harry said pleasantly. For the defensive theory unit. I've read most of it already. Do you have recommendations for going further? Quirrell looked at him. The wrongness in the room had shifted the moment Harry stayed behind, not thicker, but differently distributed, more focused. Like something trying to orient itself in an unfamiliar direction. "You've read the entire list?" Quirrell said, and beneath the stutter his voice was doing something careful. "Most of it," Harry said. "The Burckhardt essays are excellent. The section on environmental reading is probably the most practically useful thing in the standard curriculum. I was wondering if there was more in that direction." Quirrell was very still. "How do you know about environmental reading?" he said. "That terminology that's not in the standard texts. I came across it in supplementary reading," Harry said, still pleasantly. "Is that a recognized area of study?" "Formally?" Something moved in Quirrell's face. Not the anxiety, the other thing. For just a second, something cold and interested and very old looked at Harry through Quirrell's eyes, and then receded, and Quirrell blinked and looked faintly dizzy. "There are some advanced texts," Quirrell said, more carefully now. "I could compile a list. If you wanted." "That would be great," Harry said. "Thank you, Professor." He left. In the corridor outside, he stood for a moment and let the feeling of the interaction settle, the shape of it, what had happened in the last 30 seconds in there, what Quirrell's reaction had communicated. The thing in the turban had looked at Harry and recognized something. Not identified, Harry had given it nothing identifying. But recognized, in the way a predator recognizes the pressure of another predator's territory, without knowing specifically what it was facing. Good, Harry thought. Let it wonder. He went to his next class. The particular social structure of Gryffindor House, Harry had observed in 3 weeks, operated on a set of informal dynamics that were more interesting than the formal house rules. The common room at night was the real legislature, the place where hierarchies were established, alliances formed, and the actual culture of the house negotiated. Most of it was benign. Some of it was not. The Quidditch conversation happened on a Tuesday in the common room when Oliver Wood appeared with the single-minded purposefulness of a person who had been thinking about one thing for several months and had finally found the correct moment to act on it. "Potter," Wood said, finding Harry at the table by the fire where he was reviewing Charm's theory with Ron. "McGonagall says you can fly." "I can fly," Harry said, without looking up from the parchment. "She says you can really fly." Harry looked up. He thought about the flying lesson 2 weeks ago, Madam Hooch and the first years on the grass, and the broom that had come to Harry's hand before he called it, really before he'd even properly tried, as though it had simply agreed with the idea of him riding it, and the moment he'd been in the air he'd felt the same thing he felt in the vault but spread wide and horizontal and moving, the wind reading the same as the stone. He'd flown the way he did most things, because it felt correct, because the current was there and responding, because it was easy in the specific way that things which fit you are easy. He'd also, entirely by accident, gone significantly higher and faster than the class was supposed to go, and McGonagall had appeared at the edge of the pitch with an expression that had moved through alarm into something more analytical. "She says you caught the Remembrall in a dive from about 60 feet and pulled out 6 inches from the ground," Wood said. "There was a Remembrall at risk," Harry said. It seemed like the relevant thing to do. 6 inches from the ground, Wood repeated. "I could probably do it at 4, Harry said honestly. Wood sat down across from him with the solemnity of someone conducting important business. Ron had put his quill down and was watching with poorly concealed excitement. "I want you on the team," Wood said. "Seeker. We haven't had a first year on the team in, well, ever. But McGonagall says you're the best natural flyer she's seen in years and I watched you in that dive and she's right." He leaned forward. "Are you interested?" Harry thought about it. Not about weather now. Quidditch was time, and time was already full with things that mattered more urgently. But it was also, there was the air thing. The way flying felt. He didn't want to be one of those people who let capability atrophy because the present moment didn't demand it. "Yes," he said. Wood looked briefly like someone who had prepared for negotiation and found it unnecessary. "Right," he said. Good. Practice is, I know when practice is, Harry said, which made Wood blink. I'll be there. Wood stood, looked at Harry for a moment with the evaluating expression of a person reassessing a situation they thought they understood, and left. Ron turned to Harry with the expression of someone whose excellent day had just gotten significantly better. First year, he said. Youngest in a century. McGonagall looked it up, Harry said, picking up his quill. That's mad, Ron said happily. It's practical, Harry said. The team needed a seeker. Are you always like this? Ron asked. About things that are actually remarkable? Just, yes, it's practical, let's move on. Harry considered this. Is that annoying? No, Ron said, after a moment. I think it's probably the opposite of annoying. I just need to adjust. Harry smiled and went back to his charms parchment, and Ron went back to his, and the fire crackled and the common room murmured around them, and outside the tower windows the October wind moved through the mountains. 3 days before Halloween, Harry went to find the mirror. He'd heard about it from an indirect reference in a vault text, not the Mirror of Erist specifically, which wouldn't have appeared in a 1500-year-old document, but a class of reflective magical objects that showed the observer's deepest desire, and which had been constructed at various points in history by wizards who were interested in the mechanics of want. The text had been clinical about it, interested in the structural magic, and Harry had filed it. But a recent reference in a Hogwarts history text Hermione had lent him, a history of Hogwarts Castle, architectural magic and embedded enchantments, had mentioned a room on the 7th floor that appeared and disappeared and whose contents varied, and something in the description had pulled at the same instinct that told him what was safe to touch in the vault. He found the room, knew it was the right door without knowing how, and went in. The Mirror of Erist was taller than he was and framed in an ornate style that was older than most of the castle's furnishings. The inscription around the frame was backward readable as I show not your face but your heart's desire, which he noted before he looked into it, because looking into it without understanding what it did seemed unwise. He stood in front of it and looked. In the mirror, he saw himself standing in the vault, but the vault door opened wide and beyond it a brightness that wasn't amber fire, something larger, like sunlight. Standing beside him was a woman with red hair and his eyes, and she was laughing at something, and on his other side was a man with dark hair and glasses who was looking at him with the specific expression of a parent watching a child and not being able to entirely believe their luck. They were not touching him. They were just there, present in the way people are present when they don't need to do anything to demonstrate it. Harry looked at this for a long time. Not at the image so much as at himself looking at the image, the thing the mirror was designed to reveal, which was the shape of what you wanted most, and what it told him about himself. He stood there until he understood what he was feeling. Not grief exactly, something more present than grief. Not longing, because longing had a passivity to it that didn't fit. Something that was both things and also something else, the clear acknowledgement of an absence, which was different from being destroyed by it. He thought about the letter Merlin had left. You have spent your entire life being told you are less than you are. Merlin had known, 1500 years before Harry stood in this room, exactly what the first 8 years had done. And he'd built the vault and the work and the chair and the cloak and said, "Come and become what you actually are." He couldn't bring his parents back. The mirror couldn't do it. The vault couldn't do it. Nothing could. What he could do was be the person they'd have looked at with that expression, present, capable, building something real. That was the only version of continuing that made sense. He turned away from the mirror without great difficulty, which surprised him slightly, and then thought about it and decided it made sense. He wasn't trapped by the wanting. He knew what he wanted. He'd just added it to the accurate picture of his situation. He walked out of the room, and behind him the door disappeared, and the corridor was dark and empty and the castle was warm under his feet, and he went back to Gryffindor Tower thinking about the shape of things. Draco Malfoy had been watching him. Harry had noticed this since the first week, not the staring of someone who resented him, which was a different quality, but the watching of someone trying to work something out. It wasn't hostile. It was more like the expression Hermione used when she was building a theory, which was an interesting parallel. The confrontation, such as it was, happened by the lake on a Sunday when Harry was sitting with his back against a tree doing a review of Latin-based spellwork, not because he needed the review, but because he found value in periodically revisiting the basics of any system, and because the lake was a good place to think. The October air had gone properly cold and the lake was flat and grey and enormous, and there were occasionally things moving in its depths that were large enough to displace the surface. Draco appeared on the path along the bank with Crabbe and Goyle trailing him, and stopped when he saw Harry, and looked at him for a moment, and then sat down on a nearby stone in a way that communicated deliberateness rather than accident. Crabbe and Goyle arranged themselves nearby with the practiced positioning of furniture. "My father knows about your inheritance," Draco said, without preliminary. He said it not as a threat but as a fact, something he was putting on the table between them. "I imagined he might," Harry said, not looking up from his parchment. "He says it's..." Draco paused. He was doing the recalibration thing he'd done on the train. Harry could see it even without looking directly at him. "He says there are people who are going to want to control what it means. Who want to be positioned next to it." "That seems likely," Harry said. "He suggested Draco stopped again. "He said it would be politically advantageous to be associated with you." Harry set his parchment down and looked at Draco properly. Draco was watching him with an expression that was older than 11 in ways that weren't healthy, the expression of a child who has been spoken to primarily in strategic terms and has internalized the language without fully absorbing the premise. "What do you want?" Harry asked. "Not your father. You." The question visibly caught Draco off guard, not the words of it but the genuine quality of it, the fact that it wasn't rhetorical. He looked at Harry and his mouth opened and then closed, and for a moment something real moved in his face, something that didn't have a political framework around it. "I don't," he started. "I want to be," he stopped. "You don't have to answer," Harry said. "It's a question worth thinking about, not necessarily worth answering right now." Draco looked at him for a moment with the recalibrating expression, and then looked at the lake. "My father thinks I should be your ally," he said. "He means it differently than it sounds. He means I should be in a position to influence you." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not," Draco looked at his hands. "I'm telling you because it seems," he seemed genuinely unsure how to finish this sentence, which Harry found more interesting than anything Draco had said on the train. "It seems important that you know." "It is," Harry said. "Thank you for telling me." Draco looked up. Whatever he'd expected, it wasn't thanks. He looked at Harry with the expression of someone who has had the board rearranged and is trying to decide how he feels about the new configuration. "I'm not my father," Draco said, with a certainty and a defensiveness that fought each other in the sentence's structure. "I know," Harry said again. He picked up his parchment. "Do you want to sit here? The lake's good to think by." Draco looked at the lake. Looked at Harry. Looked at Crabbe and Goyle, who were both examining something in the grass with the focused attention of people who have learned that examining the grass is often safer than participating. He didn't answer, but he also didn't leave, and they sat by the lake in the October afternoon and the water moved in its flat grey way and the castle stood at their backs, warm in its stones, paying attention. The morning of October 31st was unremarkable until it wasn't. The great hall was Halloween dressed with floating jack-o'-lanterns and enchanted bats and the ceiling showing a stormy evening sky, and the feast promised to be enormous, and Harry sat at the Gryffindor table eating breakfast and thinking about the Transfiguration essay due on Thursday and the particular resonance problem he'd been working on in his notebook, and the overall sense was of an ordinary day about to become an ordinary evening. The thing he noticed first was Quirrell's absence from the head table. This was not immediately alarming. Teachers missed meals, but something in the castle's ambient warmth shifted the moment he noticed it, a very slight change in quality that was difficult to describe. Like a room whose background sound you've stopped hearing, suddenly going quieter. He was aware of it throughout the day. Quirrell appeared for his afternoon class looking worse than usual, the cold wrongness thicker than he'd felt it in weeks, closer to the surface, more poorly contained, and Harry watched him teach the lesson on counterjinx theory with half his attention and thought with the other half. The thing was moving toward the third floor. That was what the castle was telling him, in the language it used, warmth and pressure and subtle directional emphasis in the stone under his feet when he walked. Not urgency. Just information, the way information presents itself when you're paying attention. He thought about timing. Too early meant the thing wasn't committed and could retreat. Too late was obvious. The balance point required information he didn't fully have yet, which meant the answer was to get it. He spent the afternoon in the library with a purpose he didn't advertise, not looking for anything the standard sections would have, but cross-referencing what he already knew with what the castle was showing him. Hermione found him there at 4, which was not surprising, and sat down without being invited, which was also not surprising. "You're not reading that," she said, looking at the book open in front of him. "I'm thinking," Harry said. "About what?" He looked at her. In 3 weeks she had moved from the girl on the train building theories to something more collaboratively oriented, more trusting of instinct alongside data, and the shift had happened not because Harry had pushed it but because she was genuinely intelligent enough that the data kept leading her toward the same conclusions. She'd asked him twice about things she'd read in the older texts that hadn't made sense until they did, and both times the moment of sense had been visible on her face like a light coming on. "Quirrell," he said. She looked at him carefully. "What about him?" "He's not well," Harry said, which was true in multiple senses. "And I think tonight might be significant in terms of the third-floor corridor situation." Hermione's expression went through several stages. She had clearly been constructing her own theory about the third floor since their conversation with Ron in the first week about the three-headed dog. Ron had told her, and she had cross-referenced it with Hogwarts, a history and several other sources and arrived, Harry suspected, at most of the correct conclusions. "How significant?" she said. "I don't know yet," Harry said honestly. "I'm trying to determine that." "What do you need?" He looked at her. "Nothing right now. I need you to have dinner normally and stay close to Ron and Neville and behave as though nothing is unusual." She didn't like this. The not liking it was visible in the set of her jaw and the precision with which she closed the book she wasn't reading. "I'm not going to be useful sitting at a table," she said. "You'll be useful sitting at a table," Harry said. "If something happens, if someone runs in saying something's happened," he paused. "I need you to be with Ron and Neville and I need the three of you to stay out of it initially. I'll explain everything afterward. Harry, Hermione." His voice was the same pleasant tone it always was, but there was something underneath it that was different, the same something that had been in his voice with Snape, the quality of a person who is not performing certainty but has it, the specific weight of genuine authority, undemanded and therefore unmistakable. "I'm not asking you to trust me blindly. I'm asking you to trust that I have a reason, and that I'll give you the reason as soon as I can." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "Fine. But I want the full explanation." "Everything." "Everything," he agreed. She stood, gathered her books, and left with the controlled efficiency of someone managing frustration productively. Harry watched her go and felt the particular warmth of genuine friendship, which was different from the warmth of alliance, and more valuable. Quirrell came into the Great Hall during the Halloween feast at exactly 17 minutes past 7. Harry knew the moment he stood in the doorway. The room was noise and pumpkin and floating candles and the smell of food, and Quirrell was at the entrance and the cold wrongness hit Harry like a wave even across 60 feet of Great Hall, not the usual muted background level, but full and present and deliberate, and Harry understood immediately that this was not a deterioration or an accident. This was intentional. Whatever the thing in the turban was doing, it was choosing to do it now. Quirrell walked to the center of the hall on unsteady legs, and the students nearest him went quiet first, and the quiet spread, and by the time he stopped in the middle of the floor and said, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," most of the hall had already gone still. Then he collapsed. The hall exploded. Dumbledore rose immediately and the teachers moved with the precision of people who have protocols for this, Snape gone in one direction, Quirrell being attended to, Prefect standing and the call going out to move students to common rooms. Harry stood and looked at the chaos and looked at the head table where Dumbledore was issuing instructions, and caught, for just a moment, the exact same thing he'd noticed in Quirrell's classroom. Dumbledore's eyes moving to the door. The same direction. Toward the stairs. Snape had gone that way too. He knows, Harry thought. Not everything. But more than he's shown. He looked at Ron and Neville beside him and then across the table at Hermione, who had found his eyes immediately, because of course she had. He gave a very slight nod toward the door. Not the door to the dungeons, a different door. She understood him with the precision of someone who has been paying attention for 3 weeks. Girls' bathroom, 2nd floor, she said quietly, appearing at his elbow 30 seconds later. Parvati told me before the feast, she was in there this afternoon and there was a smell. The troll, Harry said. I think so, she said. And girls were going back up to the tower. She looked at him. Lavender and Parvati, they might not know. Harry was already moving. The mountain troll was 12 feet tall and approximately as intelligent as the boulder it resembled, which meant it was not intelligent at all, which meant it was operating entirely on sense data and impulse, which was in some ways easier to work with than something that could think. It had found the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor and was doing what mountain trolls do in unfamiliar spaces, which is to say destroying everything accessible. Harry arrived with Ron and Hermione 30 seconds before any teacher. He'd moved quickly through corridors that had been largely empty in the evacuation, the castle warmth guiding him with the directional certainty it had been offering him since September. Through the door he could see the troll between the stalls, could feel the cold wrongness of it, not the same cold as Quirrell, a different kind, the blunt animal cold of something that was simply not where it was supposed to be. He also saw Lavender Brown behind an overturned sink and Parvati Patil against the far wall and neither of them hurt, just frozen. I need 30 seconds, Harry said, quietly to Ron and Hermione in the doorway. Hermione, that banging noise from the troll, can you amplify it? She looked at him. Sonorous variation? On the Trolls Club impacts? Yes. I can do that. Ron, the toilet door at the far end. Can you get it open on my signal? I need a distraction from that direction. Yes, Ron said, with the immediate practical confidence of someone who is very good at reading spatial situations. 10 seconds after I go in, Harry said. I need it focused on me first. He went in. The troll's back was to the door. Harry walked to the center of the room, past the overturned sinks and the shattered tiles, and stopped, and said, at normal conversational volume, "Hey." The troll turned. It was, up close, even larger and uglier than the distance had suggested, and it smelled tremendously of cave and damp. It looked at Harry with its small deep-set eyes and made the sound trolls make when they have identified something worth hitting, which was somewhere between a bellow and a rockfall. Harry moved. Not away, forward and to the left, which was the direction the troll didn't track well because of the oblique angle of its left eye. Behind him he heard Hermione's charm engage and the Trolls Club impact became enormous, reverberating through the tiles and the troll's own nervous system in a way that made it flinch. The toilet door banged open and the troll's head swung right, and Harry reached up and placed his hand on the troll's kneecap. The magic that moved through him was not a spell in any Ministry catalogued sense. It was older than that, the kind of working that operated at the level of fundamental will, that said stop to a thing and meant it completely. The troll went rigid for 3 seconds, perfectly still, like a very ugly statue, and in those 3 seconds Harry stepped back and made a precise gesture with Merlin's wand and the troll's own club left its hand and went through the window above it with considerably more force than gravity usually managed. The troll sat down hard, dazed, held in place by the working Harry was still running through his palm, and it was there a minute later when Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived. The room was quiet except for dripping water and Parvati Patil making a sound that was somewhere between relief and delayed terror. Lavender had crawled out from behind the sink and was staring at the troll with the wide-eyed expression of someone whose reality has been significantly revised. McGonagall stood in the doorway and took in the scene with the rapid assessment of someone very good at rapid assessment, the troll sitting dazed and wandless in the middle of the bathroom, the two girls unharmed, Harry standing with his hands slightly extended, Ron by the far door, Hermione with her wand still raised. Her expression moved through several phases. "How did you?" she started. "We came to warn Lavender and Parvati," Harry said. And then it escalated. McGonagall looked at the troll. Looked at Harry. Looked at the window through which the club had exited. She drew a breath. 5 points each to Gryffindor, she said, with the air of someone who has decided to be practical rather than emotional, for presence of mind. And 20 points from Gryffindor for being in this corridor when you should have been in the tower. That seems fair, Harry said. She looked at him sharply, trying to determine whether he was being cheeky. He wasn't. She looked at him a moment longer, and then turned to deal with the troll with the brisk professionalism that was her dominant mode. Snape was watching Harry from behind McGonagall with an expression that was carefully neutral and calculating and more interested than any expression Snape had directed at him before. Harry met his eyes briefly, then looked away. Quirrell was in the doorway, and for just a moment, before he arranged his expression back into the anxious and relieved performance, Harry caught the thing looking out from behind his eyes again, that cold and ancient and hungry quality, and it was looking at Harry with something that was not quite recognition and not quite fear, but was some precise point between them. Harry didn't look at it directly. He helped Lavender to her feet and said something reassuring that he didn't particularly register and filed the quality of the moment, the thing's attention, the specific flavor of it, the way it had looked at him, for later, when there was time to think about what it meant that Voldemort was beginning to understand what he was dealing with. Hermione appeared at his elbow on the way out of the bathroom, Ron on his other side. She looked at him with the expression she'd had in the library, evaluating, building, nearly there. "Full explanation," she said. "Tomorrow," he said. "In the morning. I'll tell you everything." She looked at him for a moment, and then nodded with the precision of someone filing a contract. Ron walked on Harry's left and said nothing, which was its own form of communication. He'd seen what Harry had done with the troll, had been close enough to see the hand on the kneecap and what followed, and he was doing the thinking without announcing it. That was one of the things Harry liked best about him. After a moment he said, "You know, Fred told me first years were terrifying and I thought he meant in an annoying way." "That's probably what he meant," Harry said. "I think he undersold it," Ron said, and they walked back up to Gryffindor Tower through the warm, attentive corridors, and the castle registered their passing in the way it always did, not dramatically, just attending to them with the consideration of something very old that knows what it's looking at. Chapter 5, The Devil's Snare has roots. November arrived in Scotland the way it always did, without apology, in the middle of a night, replacing autumn with something grayer and more serious. The mountains around Hogwarts went the color of iron and the lake stopped being beautiful and started being elemental, and the students responded to the temperature drop with the universal human response of adding more layers and complaining. Harry found he liked November. The stripped-down quality of it. The way it made things clearer. The morning after Halloween, he told Hermione and Ron everything. Not in the common room, too many ears, too many people with the post-troll energy still running and wanting to discuss it. He took them to an unused classroom on the second floor that the castle had been helpfully steering him toward for 2 weeks, a room that smelled of chalk and old wood and was lit by 2 windows that showed the grey morning grounds. He sat on one of the desks. They sat in chairs facing him, Hermione with parchment because she had already decided she was going to want notes, Ron with the expression of someone who has decided to listen completely before reacting, which was one of his better qualities. Harry told them about the letter from Gringotts, and Ragnarok, and the vault, and Bloodridge. He told them about the inheritance and the bloodline and the title, and what the Sorcerer Supreme charter actually was and what it meant. He told them about the 3 years of work and the wand, which he placed on the desk between them, and which Hermione looked at with the expression of someone encountering a primary source document when they've been working from secondary references. He told them about Quirrell. Ron had been quiet through most of it, with the focused attention of someone taking it seriously. When Harry got to the Quirrell part, he sat forward. "So when you say something's in him," Ron said carefully, "you mean Voldemort," Harry said. "Or what's left of him. He's not fully present, he doesn't have a body, he's essentially parasitic. He's using Quirrell. Which is why Quirrell's been getting worse over the term. The arrangement is not sustainable for either of them." Ron looked at Hermione. Hermione was writing with the speed of someone who has too much to record and is prioritizing. "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said, without looking up. "Flamel. I looked it up after you mentioned the 3rd floor in October. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the stone, it produces the elixir of life. If Voldemort gets it, he gets a body," Harry said. "A real one. Which changes the problem considerably. So we need to stop him getting it," Ron said. "I need to stop him getting it," Harry said. "That's actually one of the things I want to talk about. I'm not," he paused, thinking about how to say it accurately. "I'm not going to put you both at unnecessary risk. The reason I'm telling you everything is because you deserve to know what's actually happening, not because I need you to come with me into whatever's below that trapdoor." Hermione set her quill down. "That's not your decision," she said. "It's partly my decision," Harry said mildly. "No," she said, and she said it with a firmness that was not aggressive but was absolute, the firmness of someone who has thought about the thing they're saying more than the other person realizes. "You've known about this since before Hogwarts. You've had 3 years to prepare for it. You know more about magic than anyone in this school except possibly Dumbledore. All of that is real and I respect it." She looked at him steadily. "But that doesn't mean you do everything alone. That's not how any of this works and I think you know that." Harry looked at her. Then at Ron. "She's right," Ron said simply. "I'm in." Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about the vault, and Bloodridge, and the letter Merlin had left. "The difference between you and it is not power, it is understanding." He thought about what he'd observed in 3 weeks of watching these two people be themselves, the qualities that were genuinely rare and genuinely complementary and genuinely useful in ways that had nothing to do with the magic they could or couldn't do. "All right," he said. "But I need you to trust my lead when it matters. Not because I outrank you. Because I have context you don't, and there are moments when acting on half the context is worse than not acting at all." "Agreed," Hermione said, and picked up her quill again. "Now, what do we know about the protections below the trapdoor?" What they knew was partial and had to be supplemented. Hermione approached the supplementation the way she approached everything, systematically, with the focus of someone for whom a knowledge gap was a personal affront. She spent 3 days in the library constructing a picture of the protection scheme from indirect references, Hogwarts architectural records, and one very useful book on complex enchantment layering that Harry had added to her reading list 3 weeks ago and that she had apparently finished. She brought her notes to the unused classroom on a Thursday evening, and Ron was already there with a different kind of contribution, an overheard conversation between 2 older Gryffindors in the common room, reported with the precise recall of someone who had listened carefully because something had flagged as relevant. "Percy was talking to one of the 5th years," Ron said. "Something about professor assignments. Apparently each teacher designed one protection." "That tracks with what I found," Hermione said, spreading her notes. "The layering style in the records is consistent with multiple independent enchantments. Flitwick, Sprout, McGonagall, Quirrell, Snape, and Dumbledore, presumably the final layer." "Quirrell designed one of the protections," Harry said. "Which means he knows how to get past it," Ron said. "Which means Voldemort knows how to get past it," Hermione finished. Harry nodded. He'd worked this out 2 weeks ago, but having it confirmed and mapped was useful. The chambers are sequential, he said. You go through one to reach the next. The only way to get to the stone is to go through all of them. What do we know about the individual chambers? Hermione asked. Some things. Harry had been accessing the castle's awareness carefully, not asking questions of it. That wasn't how it worked, but letting the directionality of its warmth and pressure inform him. The fluffy chamber he'd already seen. Below it, working down, something with living elements, probably Sprout's contribution, something that moved and restrained. A key challenge of some kind, he thought, magical navigation. Then something McGonagall, probably, which would be intellectually challenging rather than physically dangerous. Snape's contribution had a smell he'd caught once near the trapdoor, something sharp and alchemical. And Quirrell's. I want to map it before we go down, Harry said. And I want to go down on my terms, not in response to Quirrell moving. Which means I need to know when Quirrell is going to make his attempt. How do we find that out? Ron said. Harry looked at his wand on the desk between them, the dark blackthorn, old and patient. Quirrell is getting worse, he said. Whatever Voldemort is doing to him accelerates when he's close to something he wants and frustrated about not having it. I've been tracking the pattern for 2 months. He's been close to the trapdoor 4 times but hasn't gone through. Each time he comes back more deteriorated. He paused. There's a window coming. In the next 2 weeks. I can feel it narrowing. Hermione looked at him with the expression of someone who has been building a theory for a month and just received the final piece. The legilimency thing, she said. It was the first time she'd named it aloud. Environmental awareness, Harry said. Emotional surface. I'm not reading minds. But you can feel his state, she said. Approximately, yes. She wrote something on her parchment. The vault texts mentioned this. Environmental legilimency, the ancient practice. The books describe it as a passive awareness rather than active intrusion. She looked up. I've been trying to understand how it differs from standard legilimency practically. The theory says the passive version is actually more accurate in some contexts because it reads what is rather than what the subject is thinking about. That's right, Harry said. And it doesn't require eye contact, which is the part that matters here. Ron had been listening with the focused expression he used for chess, tracking the spatial relationships between things. So we wait for Quirrell to get worse, he said, and when he does, that's our sign to move first. Yes, Harry said. What about Dumbledore? Hermione said. Harry had been thinking about Dumbledore since the conversation in his office, since the Halloween feast when he'd caught Dumbledore's eyes moving toward the stairs, toward the 3rd floor, with the particular quality of someone who knows more than he's showing. He'd thought about it carefully and arrived at a conclusion that was not simple but was accurate. Dumbledore knows more than he's said, Harry said. He's aware of Quirrell, at least partially. He's also, I think he has a plan of his own, which probably involves letting things develop until a specific point and then acting. He paused. The problem is that his specific point is later than mine. Because he doesn't know what Voldemort actually is right now, Hermione said slowly. He doesn't know about the Horcruxes. He might know about the first one, Harry said. By now, working backward from everything he knows about Tom Riddle. But I don't think he knows the full picture. And without the full picture, he's calculating on incomplete data. He looked at them both. If Voldemort gets the stone and gets a body, it becomes a significantly different problem. One that I can eventually address, but not quickly, and not without cost. I'd rather address it now, when he's weakened and contained and working through an intermediary. So you want to force the confrontation, Ron said. I want to choose the timing, Harry said. There's a difference. Ron nodded. What do we need to do to prepare? The first Quidditch match was on November 15th, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, and Harry had been to 4 practices with Oliver Wood that had left Wood simultaneously delighted and slightly overwhelmed by the experience of coaching someone who instinctively knew things that Wood had spent 6 years learning. The day of the match was cold and bright, the kind of day that made November bearable, the sky an actual blue, the air sharp enough to give everything edges, the castle sending long shadows across the grounds. The stands were full. The commentary came from Lee Jordan with a volume and enthusiasm that McGonagall periodically tried to moderate and Lee periodically ignored. Harry mounted his broom and felt the immediate alignment of it, the way the air above the pitch was different from the air at ground level, more awake somehow, the same quality the vault had but horizontal and moving. He'd given Merlin's wand to Hermione for safekeeping for the duration of the match. It was an actual wand and couldn't be used as equipment, and he flew better without anything in his pockets anyway. He found the snitch in the first 12 minutes. It was not because he was particularly trying. He'd been tracking all the players, getting a feel for the field, reading the movement of the Slytherin team with the same environmental attention he applied to everything, and the snitch appeared in his peripheral awareness not as a visual thing but as a presence, small and quick and trailing a very faint signature that was the enchantment on it, the charm that made it difficult to perceive directly. He turned his broom in a wide, unhurried arc and fell into the dive from 30 feet up, and the Slytherin seeker saw him dive and went for the same point a second behind, and the snitch was in Harry's fist before the Slytherin was halfway there. The crowd made a sound that was less a cheer than an intake of breath followed by a cheer, the sequence of people who have watched something happen faster than they were ready for. Lee Jordan said something extremely enthusiastic that McGonagall immediately objected to on technical grounds. Wood landed beside Harry with an expression of pure, uncontainable joy. 12 minutes, he said. 12 minutes. It was there, Harry said, opening his hand to look at the snitch, which fluttered its wings against his fingers in a way that seemed almost personable. You don't look, Wood started. I'm pleased, Harry said. I'm just not surprised. He looked at Wood directly. The team was good today. Johnson's timing was excellent on the third quaffle pass. Wood looked at him for a moment with the expression Hermione used, the recalibrating one. Then he laughed, a genuine surprised laugh, and clapped Harry on the shoulder with enough force to make a point, and went to celebrate with the rest of the team. Ron met him at the edge of the pitch with Hermione and Neville, and his enthusiasm was entirely uncomplicated and therefore more valuable than Wood's. I had 5 galleons on 12 minutes, Ron said. Did you actually? Harry said. No, Ron said. But I thought about it, and I would have won. Neville had started eating with them more consistently since the greenhouse morning, in the quiet way that Neville did most things, not announcing it, just gradually being present until presence became assumption. He didn't talk as much as the others but he listened with the specific quality of someone who is paying very close attention and processing carefully before contributing, and when he did contribute it was usually precise and often funnier than he seemed to realize. In herbology he had become, over the weeks, someone Professor Sprout watched with the evaluating expression of a teacher recalibrating. The seedlings Neville worked with grew faster and healthier than anyone else's and he'd stopped being apologetic about it, which Harry had noticed and was glad of. Some of that was the greenhouses and Neville's native affinity. Some of it, Harry suspected, was simpler than that. Neville had been told clearly once, by someone with no reason to be kind for its own sake, that what he could do was real and significant, and the telling had given the knowing somewhere to put itself. In the first week of November, Neville showed up at the unused classroom when Harry and Hermione and Ron were there working, and stood in the doorway for a moment with Trevor in his pocket and his expression in its careful public configuration. Ron said you might be here, he said. I wanted to, I have something. He came in and sat in the chair near the door, and reached into his bag and produced a book. It's from my Grand's library. It's about herbological defense traditions, old ones. She had it but she doesn't use it. He held it out to Harry with the precision of someone offering something they're not entirely sure will be received. I've been reading it since you mentioned the Longbottom affinity. I thought it might be relevant to the things we've been talking about. Harry took it. He read the title, flipped to a random page, read for a moment, and felt the familiar alignment, the thing that happened when information slotted into place with something he already knew. "This is good, Neville," he said. Neville looked at him. "There's a chapter on venomous tentacula applications that I think is related to the defense work you mentioned. And the section on Devil's Snare," he paused. "I have a theory about it." "Tell me," Harry said. Neville sat forward, and the careful public configuration shifted into something more engaged and more real. He talked about Devil's Snare for 10 minutes with the focused, specific knowledge of someone who has read the same subject 3 times from different angles and synthesized them, its properties, its weaknesses, the particular way its growth patterns responded to will rather than just to light, which was the standard referenced weakness. He talked about it with his hands moving and his voice gaining the confidence it didn't usually have, and Ron listened with genuine attention, and Hermione had started making notes. When he finished, Harry said, "That's exactly right. The standard countermeasure is the Lumos charm. But what you're describing, the response to deliberate will, that's the more fundamental mechanism. If you know that, you can address it without the spell. Which is useful in low visibility situations." Neville looked at him. "You already knew this." "I knew the theory," Harry said. "You connected it to something specific. That's more useful than theory." Neville sat back with the expression of someone who has been told a true thing and is deciding how to fit it into their existing structure. Then he nodded once, the same way Harry nodded at things, taking them in without performance. "There's something else," Neville said. He looked at his hands for a moment. "I overheard something. 2 nights ago, in the corridor near the library. Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell." He paused. I didn't mean to hear. I was coming around the corner and they didn't see me." Harry looked at him carefully. "What did you hear?" "Not all of it. Snape was, his voice was low, but I heard him say your little hiccup. And something about the next full moon. And Quirrell sounded wrong. Not just nervous wrong. He sounded," Neville paused, searching for the word. "Pressed. Like something was pressing from inside him." Harry filed this. The next full moon was November 19th. 4 days. "Thank you," he said. "That's important." He looked at Neville steadily. "We're going to need your help with something. Not now, when the time comes. Your knowledge of the herbological defenses. I think what's below the 3rd floor corridor includes Devil's Snare, and I think your approach to it is going to be the cleanest solution." Neville looked at him. The hope trying not to be hopeful expression had gone, sometime in the last 3 weeks, and been replaced by something simpler and more grounded. "Tell me what you need," he said. Harry went to find Snape on the afternoon of November 16th. Not because he trusted Snape, not with the warmth that trust usually implied, but because he'd been building a picture of Severus Snape over 2 months of observation and the picture had a specific shape that he wanted to test. Snape's conversation with Quirrell that Neville had overheard was consistent with 2 interpretations. Harry had a theory about which one was correct, and the most direct way to test a theory was to apply it. He knocked on the door to Snape's office. There was a pause. "Come in," Snape said. The office was cold and contained, shelves of pickled things and ingredient jars and the particular organized density of a workspace that reflects the way its occupant thinks. Snape was at his desk grading papers with the focused brutality he applied to grading, and he looked up at Harry with the neutral calculating expression, not the contemptuous one. "Potter," he said. "Sit down." Harry sat. He looked at Snape, and Snape looked at him, and the quality of the mutual looking was different from how it had been in October. Something had shifted after the potions lesson, after the troll, and the shift was not warmth exactly but was the absence of a particular kind of contempt. The contempt had been reclassified as something more interested. "I want to talk about Professor Quirrell," Harry said. Snape's expression did nothing visible. His eyes were very still. "Professor Quirrell," he said, with the flatness of a statement of identity. "I know you've noticed something wrong with him," Harry said. "I know I think you've been watching him. Trying to determine the extent of it." He paused. "I think you're trying to protect something." Snape looked at him for a long moment. The office was very quiet. "You are 11 years old," Snape said, not contemptuously, factually. "I know," Harry said. "Does the fact change anything I said?" Another long silence. Snape set down his quill with the careful deliberateness of someone making a decision about how much to participate in a conversation. "What do you believe is wrong with Professor Quirrell?" Snape said. "You already know," Harry said. "I want to hear your understanding of it." Harry looked at him directly. He thought about what Bloodridge had said about Snape, in the political context section of their conversations, not extensively, just as context for the Hogwarts landscape. Death Eater. Turned. The word Dumbledore used was reformed, which was not the same word Bloodridge used, which was complicated, and which was probably more accurate. A man who had been on the wrong side and had crossed over and had carried the weight of that crossing for 15 years in a school where several of the children he taught had lost people to the side he'd been on. That was not a simple thing. And Snape was not a simple person, which was not the same as being a good one, but was significant. "Voldemort," Harry said. "What's left of him?" "He's using Quirrell to get to the Philosopher's Stone." Snape's face did not change. The stillness of his expression was complete and absolutely controlled, which was its own kind of information. "You've been watching Quirrell," Harry said. "You had a conversation with him about a week ago that I think was a warning, or an attempt at one. You're trying to determine when he's going to make a move so you can be ahead of it. Is that what you think?" Snape said. "I think you're trying to protect the stone," Harry said. "And I think your approach is reactive. You're waiting for Quirrell to commit so you can stop him in the act. I think that's the wrong strategy." He paused. "I think we should talk about why." Snape looked at him for a long time. Then he sat back in his chair with the air of someone accepting a situation that has moved beyond the parameters they were operating in, which was a thing Snape did not do comfortably or often. "I'm listening," Snape said. "If Quirrell reaches the stone, he reaches Flammel's elixir, and Voldemort gets a body," Harry said. "Your plan involves stopping him from getting that far. But Voldemort knows your plan or something like it, which is why he hasn't moved yet. He's waiting for a window when you're not positioned correctly." He looked at Snape. "He's going to find that window. Possibly soon." He paused. "If you let me address it directly, before he moves, the variable changes." "If I let you," Snape said, and his voice was doing something complicated. "Yes," Harry said simply. "You are a first-year student," Snape said. "You are 11 years old. The appropriate response to knowing what you claim to know is to take it to Dumbledore." "I have taken it to Dumbledore," Harry said. "I told him the protections needed checking. He is managing this in the way he manages things, which is carefully and at a distance and with a long-term view that probably serves most situations well." He met Snape's eyes. "This is not most situations." The office was quiet. Snape's face was the still controlled expression, and Harry sat in it without trying to fill it, and let the silence do its work. "What is it that you are?" Snape said finally. Not hostile, genuinely asking, with the precision of someone whose intelligence has been tracking a problem and has determined it needs direct information. Harry told him. "Not everything, not the vault's full contents, not the scope of 3 years' training. The relevant parts. The bloodline, the title, what it meant practically." Snape listened without interrupting, which was its own form of communication. When Harry finished, the office remained quiet for another moment. "If you go down there," Snape said, "and you fail, I won't fail," Harry said. Not arrogance. The same tone Bloodridge had taught him, the tone of someone stating a fact about preparation. Snape looked at him. Whatever he was reading in Harry's expression or presence or some other quality Harry couldn't fully identify, it shifted something in his own expression, not warmth, still not that, but the look of someone making a calculation and arriving at an answer they didn't entirely expect. "If you go down there," Snape said, "I will be positioned to address anything that emerges on this end." He paused. "Dumbledore will be notified when it is relevant to notify him." "After," Harry said. Snape looked at him. "He'll try to stop it happening," Harry said. "He'll want to handle it himself, or delay it, or reposition the pieces. If he knows beforehand, he will," Snape said, with something that might have been agreement and might have been resignation. "After," Harry said again. Snape picked up his quill and looked at his papers and said, without looking up, "I have not had this conversation." "No," Harry said, and stood. At the door he stopped. He'd been thinking about this since the conversation with Neville, about the pressed from inside quality Neville had heard in Quirrell's voice, and about something else, about a man who had chosen to carry Voldemort for months, whatever the cost, which meant either he'd had no alternative or he'd been offered something compelling enough to override survival instinct. "Snape," he said. "Do you know what Quirrell was promised?" A pause. "Relevance?" Snape said, not looking up. "Understanding why a person made a choice matters," Harry said. "If I understand Quirrell's reasons, I understand something about the pressure he's under, which helps me predict his timing." Snape was quiet for a moment. "Power," he said finally. "And survival. The two things that person always offers." Harry nodded. "Thank you." He went out, and the door closed behind him, and he walked back through the castle thinking about the shape of it, about promises made to frighten people, about the specific way fear moved men toward catastrophic choices, about what Voldemort had understood, always, about human wanting. The 19th of November came with a full moon that rose sharp and pale over the mountains and made the castle's shadow enormous across the grounds. Harry lay in his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory until the dormitory was breathing in the even way of sleeping, and then he got up and dressed quietly and picked up his bag. The decision about timing had come 3 days earlier, not from the moon specifically but from the accumulation of signs. Quirrell had been absent from the evening meal twice, had arrived at breakfast looking worse each time, had missed a lesson and sent a note to McGonagall. The cold wrongness had been, over the last 72 hours, moving differently. Not the muted background level or the periodic intensification, but something building and focused, the quality of a tide about to turn rather than a tide already turned. Harry had told Ron and Hermione at dinner. Ron had gone to bed early without explanation, which was to say exactly as he'd planned. Hermione had been absent from the table for the last 20 minutes of dinner doing something she hadn't specified. Neville had been the most difficult conversation. Harry had sat with him in the corner of the common room after dinner and told him what he needed, and Neville had listened with the still careful attention he always brought to serious things, and then said, "I'm coming with you," with the same simple directness Ron had used, and Harry had looked at him for a moment and said yes, because the thing about Neville Longbottom was that his quiet was not the same as his absence. The four of them met in the entrance hall at 1 in the morning. The castle at this hour was its truest self, the warmth in the stone undiluted by hundreds of presences, the ambient awareness quiet and focused, the corridors moving in the particular way they did when the suits of armor shifted positions in the dark and the portraits slept, and everything that was alive in the building expressed itself more freely without the noise of the day. "Quirrell went up after dinner," Hermione said, quietly. She had, apparently, been watching. "I don't know when he came back. I waited until 11 and didn't see him." "He hasn't come back," Harry said. He could feel it, the absence of the cold wrongness in the castle's ambient texture. The third-floor corridor had a specific quality right now that was different from its usual quality. The trapdoor had been used. "He's already down there," Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. "Which means we don't have time to be careful about speed. We have to be careful about what we'll find instead." He looked at all three of them. "Neville, the first chamber is Devil's Snare. What you told us applies." You're leading that one. Neville nodded. The public configuration was gone. He looked like himself. Hermione, the challenge after that is likely key-based, if Flitwick designed it. 100 or more enchanted keys is my best guess and they'll be moving. Your charm work is the best of any of us. He looked at her. You lead that one. She nodded, precise and ready. Ron, after that is a chess set, life-sized, and I think you can probably work that out without me explaining why you're leading it. Ron looked at him. A chess set, he said. McGonagall's contribution. Of course it is, Ron said, with the affection of someone who finds an adversary genuinely worthy. Yes. Fine. The chambers after that, Snapes and Quirrells, I'll handle those, Harry said. I'm not being dismissive. The magic involved is specific and it's better if I'm doing it. What do we do after the chess set? Hermione asked. Come after me, Harry said. Give me 5 minutes lead and then come. If something is wrong, if the castle feels wrong, if there's something at the entrance, anything that suggests things have gone badly, you pull back and you get Snape. That's the arrangement. They agreed. The agreement had a different quality to it than the word fine usually has. It was genuine, considered, given by people who were choosing it rather than conceding it. They went up. The third-floor corridor was cold and quiet and the door was already open when they reached it. Harry went in first. The smell of dog was still there, the enormous warm creature smell of something very large that lives somewhere and has lived there long enough to become the smell of the place. But Fluffy was asleep, profoundly, musically asleep, all 3 enormous heads down on 3 enormous paws, rising and falling in even canine rhythm, and from somewhere in the room, very faint, the last notes of a harp were dying. The trapdoor was open. Harry looked at it. Looked at the 3 sleeping heads. Looked at the others. He charmed it to sleep with music, Hermione said quietly. She sounded like someone who has identified a strategy and has 2 simultaneous responses to it, one academic, one urgent. It won't last, Harry said. We go now. He went through the trapdoor first, and the drop was longer than expected, several seconds of dark and cold before something soft and living and aggressively encircling received him, and he understood immediately that the soft living thing was Devil's Snare and that it was doing what Devil's Snare does, which is tighten, and he held himself still and waited. Ron came down next and panicked very briefly, which was understandable, and then heard Harry say still, Ron, be still, and went rigid. Hermione came down and was still before she'd finished landing, which was Hermione. Neville came down last, and he landed in the Devil's Snare, and the Devil's Snare did something it usually did not do, which was pause. It tightened the way it tightened with the others, and then Neville's hands touched it and the pause extended into a full second, 2 seconds, and Harry could feel what Neville was doing, not magic in the spellcasting sense, the other kind, the deeper kind, the conversation with growing things that operated below the level of formal magic. The Devil's Snare was responding to it. Not retreating, considering. Neville, Harry said. It's listening. I know, Neville said. His voice was very calm, the calm of someone doing something they've done before in a smaller form. Give me a moment. The Devil's Snare gave him a moment. It was the most extraordinary piece of magic Harry had seen since Bloodridge demonstrated the transitive properties of ambient wool in the Vault's 3rd training session, not powerful in the obvious sense, not dramatic, but precise in a way that drama usually wasn't. Neville was talking to the plant in whatever language living things understood, and the plant was understanding him, and slowly, not retreating, more like opening, the Devil's Snare loosened its grip on all 4 of them. Harry stepped free and looked at Neville, who was standing in the released tendrils with his hands at his sides and an expression that was concentrated and present and entirely without surprise, as though he had simply gone to the place where he was most himself and found it adequate to the situation. Thank you, Harry said. It's not actually hostile, Neville said, looking at the plant with a thoughtfulness that was almost sympathetic. It's just doing what it does. It didn't want to hurt anyone. I know, Harry said. Come on. The key chamber was exactly what Harry had estimated, enormous, vaulted, 1,000 enchanted keys swarming in the air like a deranged flock of birds, and a locked door at the far end. But Quirrell had already been through it and the keys were agitated, disrupted from their pattern, moving faster and more erratically than their original configuration. Among them one had a bent wing. Quirrell had caught and used it and the wing had bent in the catching, and somewhere in the swirling mass of silver and gold it was flying crookedly, damaged. Hermione had her wand out before Harry finished speaking, and she was tracking the flight patterns with the focused precision of someone who thinks in systems, not looking for the bent wing key specifically but reading the movement of all the keys at once, finding the underlying pattern beneath the disruption, and the moment the pattern resolved for her she was already casting a precise catching charm in a specific direction, and the key with the bent wing dropped into her hand as though it had been waiting. It had taken 40 seconds. Ron looked at her. How did you? They're still following the original pattern, she said, already moving toward the door. Just noisier. Once you see the pattern the rest is obvious. Obviously, Ron said, and he said it warmly rather than sarcastically, which was the distinction Hermione sometimes missed in people's responses to her and didn't miss in Ron's. The door opened. The chess set was beyond it, and it was, as Harry had described, life-sized, white pieces on one side, black pieces on the other, the board taking up most of a room that was low-ceilinged and lit by torches and smelled of old stone and the specific dry mineral smell of very old magic. Quirrell had gone through as a white piece. One of the white pawns was missing from its square, replaced by nothing, which meant the board had registered him as a player and let him pass. The black pieces were still in position. The white pieces were disrupted by Quirrell's passage, slightly out of their standard formation, reconfigured by whatever moves the board had required of him. Ron walked to the board and stood at the edge and looked at it with his chess face, the face that had beaten Harry 4 times and had the spatial intelligence operating behind it, reading the position in the way he read chessboard positions, which was to say whole pattern rather than piece by piece. He played through as a knight, Ron said, after about 20 seconds. Look at the white knight on the king's side, it's been used. He moved it twice to open a path to the back rank. He pointed, and the path was visible once he named it, the specific sequence of cleared squares. The board accepted it. He's through. Can we follow the same path? Hermione asked. No, Ron said. The board resets after each player. We play our own game. How long will it take? Ron looked at the position. From this starting state, playing white against the remaining black defense, he calculated. 15 minutes if I'm careful. 10 if I'm lucky. We don't have 15 minutes, Harry said. What's the fastest solution? Fast chess gets people killed on a Real board, Ron said, and then looked at the pieces and said, literally, in this case. The fastest path through. He moved along the edge of the board, looking at angles, moving the way he moved on an actual board before a game, that pre-game reading that looked like wandering but wasn't. He stopped at the white queen's position. Queen's gambit, extended. Aggressive center play, sacrifice the queen on the third move to clear the diagonal, knights cover the gap, king's bishop to the back rank in 6. He turned to the others. Queen's going to take the hit. Will it? Neville started. It's a piece, Ron said, not unkindly. It doesn't mind. He took the white queen's position, stepped onto the board, and the board shifted to acknowledge him, and Ron's face went entirely into chess mode, which was the stillest Harry had ever seen him. He played fast and he played well, and the black pieces moved with the ponderous intent of very old enchantment, and on the third move the queen, Ron standing in for it, stepped directly into the path of the black knight. The black knight moved. The collision was loud and real and Ron was thrown sideways and hit the stone floor and Harry was there before Ron had finished falling, crouching beside him, one hand on his shoulder. I'm fine, Ron said immediately, from the floor. He sounded like someone who had been hit by a chess piece and was committed to the position that this was not a significant problem. Ribs. Maybe. It's fine, I'm fine. Go. Ron, the board's open, Ron said. He pushed himself to sitting, jaw tight, breathing carefully. I calculated the sacrifice. It had to be the queen. I knew that when I stepped on. He looked at Harry, and his eyes were clear and fully present despite the pain. The path's clear. Go. Harry looked at him, the genuine assessment of someone reading a situation rather than performing reassurance, and then looked at the board. Ron was right. The diagonal was clear, the path to the far door open, the remaining black pieces out of position. Hermione, stay with him, Harry said. Harry, she started. I'll come back, he said. He looked at her, and then at Neville. Neville, you're with me. Neville looked surprised for approximately 1 second, and then nodded. If Ron gets worse, Harry said to Hermione, there's a way back up through the key chamber. Get him to the surface and get Snape. Go, Hermione said, in the same tone Ron had used. Meaning it. Harry and Neville crossed the board through the open diagonal, stepping carefully over the cleared squares, and the black pieces watched them go with the magnificent indifference of very old enchantment that has registered the game as concluded and moved on. The chamber after the chess board held Snape's contribution. 7 bottles stood on a table, different shapes, different sizes, and a fire burned at the door ahead and ice blocked the door behind, and a riddle was written on a scroll of parchment that Harry read in 30 seconds and understood in another 5. The logic puzzle was elegant, genuinely elegant, the kind of problem that delights in its own construction, and the solution was the 3rd bottle from the left, which was small and would get you forward, and the 7th from the left, which would get you back. One of the bottles was already empty. Quirrell had solved it too, which meant Quirrell's intellect, or Voldemort's, was not something Harry should underestimate. Do you know which one? Neville asked, reading the riddle. 3rd, Harry said, picking it up. How long did it take you? About 30 seconds, Harry said. He looked at the bottle, then at Neville. There's enough for one. I need you to go back. Neville looked at him. Harry, listen, Harry said. I need you to go back and stay with Ron and Hermione and make sure they're all right. And if Snape comes, he paused. Snape knows something is happening. He may come through. If he does, he's not an enemy here. Don't get in his way. Neville looked at him for a long moment with the same expression he'd had in the Devil's Snare, present and unflappable and entirely himself. What's in the next chamber? He said. Quirrell, Harry said. And Voldemort. And you can handle that, Neville said. Yes, Harry said. Simply. Neville looked at him. Looked at the bottle in Harry's hand. Looked at the fire in the doorway. Come back, Neville said. I will, Harry said. He drank the potion. Cold spread through him, the specific cold of passage magic, and he walked through the black fire and the cold replaced the cold and the chamber beyond received him. Chapter 6, the first Sorcerer Supreme in 5 centuries. The last chamber was underground in a way the others weren't. Not deeper, necessarily, the geography was the same bedrock, the same Hogwarts foundations. But where the other chambers had felt like rooms carved into the earth, this one felt like the earth itself, old and dark and indifferent to the human concerns that had been introduced into it. The ceiling was low and the walls were rough and the only light came from a single large mirror at the far end, ornate and framed, casting a faint ambient glow that was not quite reflective, too steady, too sourceless. It lit the room the way amber fires lit the vault corridors. Not illuminating anything so much as making the darkness visible. Harry stood at the threshold and let his eyes adjust and let everything else adjust with them, the legilimency awareness opening outward, reading the room the way a room needed to be read before you walked into it. The castle's warmth was faint here, filtered through too much stone and too much old magic, like a signal through interference. But it was there. 2 presences in the chamber. One human, or human-shaped, standing before the mirror with his back to the door. And layered over it, pressing against it, using it, the cold. Not the muted background cold he'd been reading for 2 months. The full thing. Present and complete and enormous in the way of something that has been contained for a very long time and has finally reached the container it was looking for. Quirrell knew Harry was there before Harry spoke. His shoulders changed, a tightening, a change in the quality of his stillness, and he turned, and his face in the mirror light was worse than it had been at any point in the term. Not just the anxiety. Something more fundamental. The look of a person who has been occupied, in the military sense, territory that belongs to one thing but is being used by another, and the cost of the use has been accumulating for months. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. The stutter was gone. This was not Quirrell's voice in the way it had ever been Quirrell's voice, it was his voice stripped of the performance, and underneath the performance was something exhausted and brittle and very afraid. "I wondered when you'd come. I'm a little surprised you went without me," Harry said, walking into the chamber. "I thought you'd be harder to predict." Something moved in Quirrell's face at that, not offense, something more complicated. An acknowledgement. "You've been watching me," he said. "Since September," Harry said. Quirrell turned back to the mirror. He was looking at it with a focused, hungry quality, his hands slightly raised, his whole body oriented toward it with the urgency of someone who has almost finished something. "It doesn't show me what I need," he said, and the frustration in his voice was genuine and human in a way that most of what he'd expressed this term hadn't been. "I can see it. It's there, inside the mirror. But I can't." He stopped. Something moved under his skin at the turban's edge, a shift, a pressure. His jaw tightened against it. "That's because you want to use it," Harry said. He walked to stand a few feet from the mirror and looked at it. The mirror of Erist, the same mirror. He'd found it on the 7th floor in October and now it was here, moved by Dumbledore, repurposed. He looked at his own reflection and saw himself, calm and present, and in his hand in the reflection was the stone, small, red, sitting in his palm as though it had always been there. He felt it materialize in his actual pocket, the slight warm weight of it, and he kept his face neutral and his body still and kept looking at the mirror for another 3 seconds before turning away. The stone was in his pocket. Quirrell hadn't seen. He was still staring at his own reflection, at the image that showed him what he wanted and kept not giving it. "The mirror gives it to people who want to find it but not use it," Harry said. "Dumbledore's design." He looked at Quirrell. "You need to stop, Quirrell." Quirrell turned from the mirror, and his expression had shifted again, the exhausted brittleness giving way to something that was no longer fully his expression. Something older and colder was at the surface now, looking out through his eyes with the focused intensity of a thing that has found what it came for. "Give it to me," Quirrell said. The voice was still his voice but the quality behind it wasn't. "I know you have it. I felt it leave the mirror." A pause. "I can feel you, Harry Potter. I have been able to feel you since October. Something very large is in that small body and it has been," the thing behind the eyes considered its word, "interesting." "I've been able to feel you too," Harry said. "Since the feast." He looked at Quirrell directly, not with hostility, with the clear open attention he gave everything. "You're hurting him. I don't mean that as a criticism of your character. I mean it descriptively. The arrangement you have with Quirrell is killing him." "Everything dies," the voice said, through Quirrell's mouth. "Eventually," Harry agreed. "The timeline matters." The cold in the room had changed texture, the same way the vault warmth changed texture when something was happening, from ambient to directed. The thing in Quirrell was fully present now, had been fully present since Harry walked in and probably before that, and the decision about what to do about Harry Potter had been made or was being made and the temperature of the room was the physical expression of that process. Harry didn't reach for his wand. He stood with his hands at his sides, and waited, and the waiting was not passive, it was the specific waiting of someone who has read a situation and knows what the next moment contains and has already decided how to meet it. "You know what I am," the voice said. "Not a question." "I know what you were," Harry said. "Tom Riddle. I know what you did to yourself. The Horcruxes, I know about those too." He watched Quirrell's face. "I know you made 7. The temperature dropped sharply. The mirror light flickered. "No one knows that," the voice said, and beneath the coldness of it was something else, the thing that lives under the coldness of powerful people when they are surprised, which was the rawest form of their actual nature. Voldemort's actual nature, in that fraction of a second, was afraid. "I found the references in texts that predate your awareness of them," Harry said. "You weren't the first person to think of it. You were the first person in recorded history to make 7, which is, honestly, it's an extraordinary piece of magical work. The execution is remarkable. The premise is wrong." He kept his voice even and genuine, because he meant it, not the admiration of someone praising an enemy, the evaluation of someone who has read the scholarship and is reporting accurately. "You thought mortality was the enemy. It isn't. Mortality is the condition. Fighting the condition doesn't give you life. It gives you something that runs on fear of ending, which is different." "Philosophy," the voice said. The temperature dropped another degree. "From a child." "From the Sorcerer Supreme," Harry said, and said it the way Ragnarok had said it, as a fact, as a title, as something older than the Ministry and older than Hogwarts and older than the fear in the room by about 15 centuries. The wand was in his hand now, not because he'd reached for it, because his hand had simply gone there, the dark blackthorn patient and warm against his palm. "That's what you're actually facing. Not Harry Potter the orphan. Not the boy who lived." He held the title in his voice the way the vault held the warmth, solid and present and entirely without performance. "The Sorcerer Supreme. The office you had to look up when you felt what was in this room with you, because you'd never encountered it before. Because the last person who held it died 1500 years ago and you had no frame of reference for it." Quirrell's body moved. It moved the way a puppet moves when the puppeteer stops being subtle, directly, with no pretense of Quirrell's own motivation behind it, crossing the stone floor toward Harry with speed that was not the speed of a human body in ordinary operation. Harry stepped left, toward the mirror, and felt the stone warm in his pocket as the cold presence passed through the space he'd just occupied. The working Harry did was not a spell in the sense that Quirrell, that Voldemort, would have recognized it. It had no incantation. It operated at the level Bloodridge had spent 3 years building him toward, the level of fundamental magical will, the point where intention and power met and the gap between thought and effect collapsed. He moved through the chamber the way he'd learned to move in training, with the environmental awareness open and the magic not aimed but present, and when Quirrell reached for him he directed something outward that was very calm and very large and said no to Quirrell's hands in a way that physical matter understood before magical systems did. Quirrell's hands stopped 6 inches from Harry. Not a barrier. Not a shield. Something more immediate, the simple assertion of a will that was larger than the force pushing against it. The magic pressing through Quirrell was old and strong and had been practicing violence since before Harry's grandparents were born. What it met in Harry was older and more patient and had been accumulating purpose for 1500 years. The torches in the chamber went out. The mirror light went cold and blue. Quirrell was very still, straining against something invisible, his face the worst Harry had seen it, the occupied territory face at its extreme, the person underneath fighting the thing using him in both directions at once, being used against his own will and resisting it with whatever was left of his own will, which was less than it had been in September but still present, still there, the particular tenacity of a human being who has not quite given up. "Quirrell," Harry said, and looked at the man, not the thing, the man, with the directness he gave everything. "You don't have to keep doing this. Whatever you were promised, whatever he offered you, it's not coming. That's not how he works. You know that by now." Something crossed Quirrell's face. something raw and human and deeply tired. "I know," Quirrell said, and it was his own voice, the actual one, not the performance, not the thing speaking through him, the voice of Quirinus Quirrell underneath everything that had been done to him and everything he'd done. "I know. I knew by Christmas, last Christmas, I mean. I went looking for him because I thought," he stopped. His voice was strained, the way voices are strained when the body producing them is fighting itself. "I thought if I could, if I brought him something, he would give you power," Harry said. "Not judgment. Completion. Give me something real," Quirrell said. I had spent my whole life being frightened of everything, and I thought, if I could choose the thing I was frightened of, if I could make a deal with it." His face twisted. "He's been using me since Albania. Since the moment I found him. I understood that immediately and I thought it didn't matter because I'd still get what you wanted," Harry said. "What I wanted," Quirrell said, and the exhaustion in those 3 words was complete. The cold presence pushed back outward, and Quirrell's face lost the human thing it had briefly held and went rigid and terrible, and the voice that came out was colder than anything else in the room. "Sentiment," it said. "You waste time with sentiment." "No," Harry said, looking at the thing directly. "I'm wasting your time. Mine is fine." He raised the wand. What he understood, that he'd been building toward since the first references in the vault texts, the ones Merlin had written in the urgent tilted hand, the ones that had taken him 3 months to parse fully, was that Voldemort's fundamental error was architectural. Not the Horcruxes, exactly, though that was part of it. The deeper error was that he had built himself around the avoidance of something rather than the pursuit of something, which meant every piece of him was oriented away from death rather than toward life, and that orientation produced a specific magical signature that you could read if you knew what you were looking for. The working that came through the Blackthorn wand was not destructive. That was the thing no one who had faced Voldemort before had understood, because they'd always met him with the assumption that he needed to be fought in the way power meets power, which was why they'd always been overmatched. The Sorcerer Supreme's tradition didn't work that way. It worked the way Neville worked with the Devil's Snare, understanding the nature of the thing first, and then addressing the nature, not the expression. The nature of Tom Riddle was a man who had chosen to unmake himself piece by piece out of terror, and the terror was still there, under everything, under the power and the cold and the 1500-year magical legacy of dark arts that he'd accumulated and weaponized. The terror was still there and it was the foundation everything else was built on, and what Harry pointed the wand at was not the power but the foundation. The light that came from the wand was not impressive looking. That had always surprised Harry about this particular working in Merlin's texts, the descriptions of it were almost anticlimactic from the outside. It looked like amber, the same color as the vault flames, and it moved the way fire moved rather than the way spells moved, not directional, not aimed, more like it filled the space between Harry and Quirrell and let the thing in that space do what it did naturally. What it did naturally was see. Voldemort's power was enormous. Harry felt it come against him with the full weight it had been building for 30 years and then for the months in Quirrell's body, and the foundation of it was exactly what the text said, terror wrapped in power, wanting wrapped in coldness, the specific signature of a person who has decided that being felt is more dangerous than feeling nothing. He met it with the specific thing that the vault had given him, not his own power, though that was part of it, but the accumulated patience of 1500 years, the weight of a title that had been held by exactly one person and had waited in the dark under Gringotts for someone to come and claim it and be worthy of it, and that patience met Voldemort's power and didn't oppose it. It reflected it. Not back at Voldemort. Back at the thing underneath Voldemort. At Tom Riddle, 11 years old in an orphanage, understanding for the first time that he was different from everyone around him and deciding, in that moment, to make the difference a weapon rather than a gift. The sound Quirrell made was not a scream. It was something more fundamental than a scream, the sound of a structure failing at its load-bearing point. Harry stepped back. The cold presence tore itself loose from Quirrell with the specific violence of separation, the way a thing leaves a host when the host is no longer viable, and the air in the chamber did something that Harry felt in his bones, a massive inrushing of the magical atmosphere, the environment filling the space the cold had occupied with the normalcy that had been displaced. The mirror shattered. The stone floor cracked in a line from where Quirrell was standing to the far wall. The mirror light died completely and the chamber was dark for 1 full second before the torches relit themselves, one by one, from far to near. Quirrell was on the floor. Harry went to him immediately. He crouched and put 2 fingers to Quirrell's neck and felt the pulse, weak, irregular, present. Quirrell's eyes were open and looking at the ceiling with the expression of someone who has just experienced the removal of a very heavy thing and is not yet sure how to occupy the space it left. "You're alive," Harry said. Quirrell's mouth moved. "Yes," he said, and seemed surprised by it. "Can you move?" "I think." Quirrell started to push himself upright and Harry helped him, one hand at his back, and Quirrell sat on the stone floor with his legs folded and his arms around himself and his face doing something complicated with the effort of being only one person again after so long being less than one. "The stone," Quirrell said. He looked at Harry's pocket. "You have it." "Yes." He needs." Quirrell stopped. Looked inward, the way people look when they are checking for something they expect to find and finding instead an absence. "He's gone," he said, with a simplicity that was not relief and not grief but some rarer thing that sat between them. I can't feel him." "Not gone permanently," Harry said, honestly. "He has other anchors. He'll survive this. But not through you, and not tonight, and not here." He looked at Quirrell steadily. "That's what matters right now." Quirrell looked at him, looked at Harry properly, without the thing between them, without the performance or the pressure or the months of occupation, and his expression was the expression of a man meeting a situation entirely unprepared for its actual nature. "You're 11 years old," he said. "I know," Harry said. "How are you?" Quirrell stopped. Then, quietly, with the quality of someone who has spent months in the presence of enormous darkness and has just encountered something of a fundamentally different character, "What are you?" Harry stood. He looked around the chamber, the cracked floor, the shattered mirror, the relit torches, the broken trapdoor above them. He could feel the castle's warmth returning now that the cold was gone, filling the chamber with the particular quality of something that has been held at a distance and is reclaiming its space. He could feel the vault, too, distant, its compass bearing constant, the thing it always was. And in his pocket the stone, warm and small. "The Sorcerer Supreme," Harry said, and said it the same way he'd said it when Quirrell was still fighting him, as a fact, as a title, as the thing it was. Not proudly. Just accurately. "Or I will be, officially, when I've done what's needed to earn it." He reached down and helped Quirrell to his feet. "Right now I'm a first-year student who needs to get you to the hospital wing." Quirrell almost laughed. It was the most human sound Harry had heard from him all year. Getting Quirrell up through the chambers was slow and required improvisation. Harry levitated him through the chess set and guided him through the key chamber, which had gone still and quiet without Hermione's interference in its pattern. The keys settled back into their slow drift. In the Devil's Snare chamber, the plant reached tentatively toward Quirrell as they came through, and Harry put his hand on it briefly, the same hand-on-stone gesture he used with the castle, and the plant drew back. Through the trapdoor, and Fluffy was still asleep with a dedication that suggested Quirrell had charmed it more thoroughly than necessary, and they came up into the third-floor corridor and through the door and into the familiar warmth of the main castle. Where Snape was waiting. He was standing in the corridor outside the third-floor door with his robes and his expression and the particular quality of someone who has been standing in one place for some time in the performance of patience, and when the door opened and Harry came through supporting Quirrell he looked at them both with the controlled calculation of someone updating a significant amount of data simultaneously. His eyes went to Quirrell first, the diagnostic assessment, quick and expert. Then to Harry. Then to Harry's expression, and the pocket, and back to Harry's expression. "The stone," Snape said. "Safe," Harry said. He shifted Quirrell's weight slightly. "He needs the hospital wing." Snape moved to Quirrell's other side without being asked, taking his weight with the practiced efficiency of someone who has done this before. He looked at Harry over Quirrell's head. "The other three," he said. "Second chamber from the bottom. Ron might have a broken rib. Hermione and Neville are with him." Harry paused. "They're all right." Snape absorbed this. He began walking, moving Quirrell with him, and Harry kept pace. For a moment the corridor was just the three of them and the castle's warmth and the sound of footsteps on stone. "Quirrell," Snape said, to the man between them, not harshly. Quirrell looked at him. "Severus," he said. His voice was very tired. "You're alive," Snape said. It was not said as a surprise. It was said as a statement of fact that he was placing on the record, in the deliberate way he stated things he wanted acknowledged. "Apparently," Quirrell said. "Good," Snape said. And that was all he said, but Harry noted the word and what it cost a man like Snape to say it, and filed it. The hospital wing received Quirrell and Ron and the general situation with the professionalism of Madame Pomfrey, who operated on the principle that the patient in front of her was the only relevant thing and dealt with context later. Ron's rib was cracked, not broken, a distinction he immediately used to argue that he was fine, which Pomfrey dismissed with the efficiency of someone who has heard every variation of this argument and is not moved by any of them. Hermione had a cut on her arm she hadn't mentioned from the Devil's Snare chamber. Neville was physically unharmed and sat in a chair near Ron's bed with Trevor in his pocket and the expression of someone who has been through something significant and is processing it at his own pace. Quirrell was in a curtained area at the far end. Pomfrey had taken one look at him and sent for assistance without asking questions, which was the correct response. Harry sat in a chair near the window and looked at the grounds through the glass, the pre-dawn grounds, grey and still, the lake flat, the mountain shapes against the lightning sky. He was tired in the clean way of someone who has used everything they had for something that required it, not the dragging exhaustion of a bad night but the empty tank stillness of genuine expenditure. He sat with it and let it be what it was. Hermione appeared beside him with 2 cups of something hot that she'd summoned from somewhere with the resourcefulness of a person who has decided that hot drinks are going to be provided regardless of circumstance. "How are you?" she said, sitting in the adjacent chair. "Good," Harry said, and meant it. "Tired." "Good." She handed him a cup. He took it. It was tea, strong and plain. "The stone?" she said. He took it from his pocket and put it on the window ledge between them. She looked at it, small, red, genuinely beautiful in the flat pre-dawn light, the specific beauty of something that has accumulated significance over centuries. "Flamels," she said. "Yes." "What happens to it?" "It goes back to Flamel," Harry said. "He'll destroy it. He's been intending to, he's been alive for 600 years and I think he's ready to stop." He looked at the stone. "It was never supposed to be here. Dumbledore moved it for safekeeping and the moving created the target. If it had stayed with Flamel," he stopped. "Doesn't matter. It's over." Hermione looked at him with the evaluating expression, the fully developed version of the theory she'd been accumulating since October. "Harry," she said. "The things you did down there. That's not from Intermediate Transfiguration. That's not from any book in the Hogwarts library." She paused. "That's the vault, isn't it? 3 years of work." "Yes," he said. She nodded slowly. She was quiet for a moment, the specific quality of her quiet that meant she was integrating rather than thinking. "I want to understand it," she said. "Not to use it, I know there's a bloodline component that I don't have. But I want to understand the framework. The underlying principles." She looked at him. "Will you teach me what you can?" Harry looked at her. "Thought about Bloodridge, asked questions." "All of them." Thought about what it would mean to have Hermione Granger applying her particular kind of intelligence to the older framework of magic, what that combination would produce. "Yes," he said. She nodded, satisfied, and looked at the stone, and drank her tea. Across the room, Ron had fallen asleep in his hospital bed with the complete dedication he gave sleeping, flat on his back with the deep evenness of someone who has decided the situation is resolved and they are therefore entitled to rest. Neville was still in his chair, awake, Trevor asleep in his lap, looking at the window with an expression that was open and present and quietly changed from the expression he'd worn on the first day of term, not dramatically, not in ways that would be visible to someone who hadn't been paying attention, but in ways that were visible to Harry. Harry caught his eye. Neville looked back. Harry raised his cup slightly. Neville did the same, just briefly, and then looked back at the window. The sun was beginning to come up. Dumbledore came at 7. He walked into the hospital wing with the unhurried quality of someone who has been informed of significant events and has taken time to think about them before responding, which was both his way and the appropriate way. He looked at Ron asleep, at Neville in his chair, at Hermione with her books, and then at Harry, and the warm and analytical expression had a third element in it now that hadn't been as prominent before, something that was not quite humility but was adjacent to it, the expression of a person encountering the full dimensions of a situation they had underestimated. He sat in the chair across from Harry and looked at him for a moment. "You might have told me," Dumbledore said. "You might have tried to stop it," Harry said. "Not as an accusation. As the accurate version of what would have happened." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said. "I might have." He looked out the window at the grounds. "I owe you an honest accounting of that. I've been," he paused, choosing his words with the care he gave everything, but the care was different than it had been in October. Less strategic, more genuine. "I have been managing this situation with the long game in mind. The stone was bait, in a sense. I believed that allowing Quirrell to come close enough, that watching what Voldemort did with the opportunity one provided, would give me information I needed about his current state and method of action." He looked at Harry. "I was operating on the assumption that my response time was sufficient." "It wasn't," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore said. "It wasn't." He looked at the curtained area where Quirrell was being treated. "How is he?" "Alive," Harry said. "The separation it cost him. He was already badly damaged by months of occupation. But he's alive and he's himself again, which is more than I expected honestly." Dumbledore looked at Harry with something that was reading him as carefully as anything Harry had felt from another person in his life. "What did you do, down there?" he said. "I don't mean the mechanics of it. I mean, what is the nature of what you used against him?" Harry thought about how to explain it to someone whose magical education, however vast, was rooted in the ministry tradition. "There's a working in the Sorcerer Supreme charter tradition that addresses the fundamental structure of a person's magic rather than its expression," he said. "Like, most magic fights what a person does. This addresses what a person is built on. The fear at the center of it." He paused. "Voldemort is built on fear. Everything he's done, including the Horcruxes, was an attempt to escape something he was afraid of. If you understand that clearly enough, if you can address the fear directly rather than its effects, the power built on top of it becomes unstable." Dumbledore absorbed this for a long moment. "You reflected his foundation back at him," he said. "Approximately," Harry said. "It doesn't destroy him. He has other anchors. 6 of them, that I know of. He'll survive this. He survived worse when he lost his body in Godric's Hollow, but he's weaker now than he's been since then and he won't be ready to move again for years." Dumbledore looked at him. "You know about the Horcruxes?" "I found references in the vault texts 2 years ago," Harry said. "Merlin documented the theory, he encountered a version of it in his own time. He didn't know Riddle specifically, obviously, but the concept existed. I've been developing a plan for addressing them." The silence in the hospital wing was complete except for Ron's steady breathing. "You've been developing a plan," Dumbledore said, and his voice was doing something that Harry took a moment to identify. It was the voice of someone who has spent 50 years being the only person in the room with the full picture, encountering for the first time someone else with a full picture, and finding the experience genuinely disorienting. "I'd like to share it with you," Harry said. "When the time is right." "Not now, now there are more immediate things." He looked at Dumbledore directly. "But I want you to know that I'm not working against you. I'm not interested in conflict with you. What I'm interested in is the actual problem, which is Voldemort's return and how to prevent it from becoming what it would become if we let it develop fully. I'd rather work with you on that than have you working from a position that doesn't include everything I know." Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. What he was looking at, Harry thought, was the thing Dumbledore had been trying to map since September, and perhaps since he'd received the Gringotts letter, and perhaps since the night he'd placed a sleeping baby on a doorstep in Surrey and walked away from it with the necessity of the thing sitting in his chest like a stone. He was looking at Harry Potter and trying to understand the precise nature of what had become of the boy he'd arranged, the boy he'd protected and also, in ways he was honest enough to acknowledge, sacrificed, and finding that the boy had become something that did not fit his categories and did not need his protection and was, quite genuinely, something outside and above the structures Dumbledore could see clearly. He was not threatened by it. That was the thing Harry had been uncertain about, the variable he couldn't fully predict without this conversation. Albus Dumbledore was a man who could be unsettled by something new without being made into an enemy of it, which was rarer than it sounded. "The stone," Dumbledore said. Harry reached into his pocket and placed it on the arm of Dumbledore's chair. It sat there in the early morning light, red and small and centuries old. "It needs to go back to Flamel," Harry said. "I know," Dumbledore said. He looked at the stone without touching it. "He and I have already discussed the eventual destruction of it. This experience," he paused. "This experience rather accelerates that discussion." He picked it up carefully, and put it in his own pocket, and looked at Harry with the expression that had been developing through the conversation, the full version of it, the one that had all three elements, warmth, analysis, and the third thing, the adjacent to humility thing. "I owe you a considerable amount of candor," Dumbledore said. "About the situation you're in. About decisions I made. About things you have a right to know that I've been managing the disclosure of." He paused. "I'd like to have that conversation at your pace, when you're ready for it." "I appreciate that," Harry said. "I already know most of it. But there are things I want to hear from you directly rather than from historical texts, and I'll want to have those conversations eventually." He met Dumbledore's eyes. Not as an accusation. As someone trying to understand the full picture. Dumbledore nodded. He stood, and looked at Ron and Neville and Hermione, and back at Harry. "You are remarkable, Harry," he said, and said it with the simplicity of someone making an observation rather than a compliment. "I had good teachers," Harry said. Dumbledore almost smiled. "I suspect your teachers would say something similar about you." He walked toward the door, then stopped. "The Sorcerer Supreme Charter," he said, without turning around. "The formal recognition, the claim of the title. It requires a demonstration before witnesses. Historically, it was before the heads of the significant magical institutions." He paused. "I am head of one of them. When you are ready, when you decide you are ready, I would be honored to serve as a witness." Harry looked at his back, at the silver hair and the robes and the weight of everything Albus Dumbledore carried and had always carried and would continue carrying. "Thank you," he said. Dumbledore left, and the door closed, and the hospital wing was quiet again, the good quiet of early morning, of things resolved and resting. Ron woke up at 8 demanding to know if Gryffindor had lost house points because of any of last night's events, and on being told that Snape had in fact awarded Gryffindor no points and removed none because the conversation with Snape about points had apparently not occurred to anyone, he declared this a victory and tried to get out of bed. Pomfrey stopped him at the curtain with the absolute authority of someone who had been stopping people at curtains for 30 years and had not been successfully passed once. "One more hour," she said. "My ribs are fine," Ron said. "One more hour," she said again, in exactly the same tone, and Ron sat back down and looked at Harry with the expression of a man who recognizes an immovable object and is deciding how to feel about being on the other side of it. Hermione had started a new piece of parchment and was writing with the focused efficiency of someone who has let things accumulate overnight and is now addressing them in order. She paused, looked up, and said to Harry, "The Horcrux plan. When you're ready to explain it, I'd like to hear it." "I know," Harry said. "I'm not going to push," she said, in the tone of someone who is making an effort. "I'm just noting that I'm ready when you are." "I know that too," Harry said, and she looked at him and went back to her parchment, and the not pushing lasted approximately 45 seconds before she had a follow-up question about the mirror's magical mechanics, which was not technically pushing and which Harry answered, and which led to a conversation that lasted until Ron was released from the hospital bed and joined it with the particular contribution of someone who has been listening to the edges of a conversation for an hour and has been building questions. Neville was quiet through most of it, and then said, during a pause, "My parents withstood Voldemort," and the room was quiet in a different way for a moment. They didn't break," he said. Even at the end. He was looking at his hands. "I've been thinking about that differently, lately. They were extraordinary people," Harry said. "And you know where that comes from?" Neville looked at him. The publicly configured expression was completely gone and had been since sometime in the night, and what was in its place was something more durable and more real, the expression of someone who has found the footing they've been looking for and is standing on it properly for the first time. "Yeah," he said. "I do." The last week of term moved with the particular energy of things winding down, exams, common room noise, the collective release of a year's worth of academic pressure. Harry took his exams with the careful attention he gave everything, not performing ease but not performing difficulty either, and the results were what they were, which was uniformly excellent, which meant that the first-year tables at the end-of-year feast showed Gryffindor at the top of their year group and Harry Potter with the highest practical magic scores the examiners had recorded in 20 years, which he found mildly amusing given that most of what he'd used to achieve that was the ministry-approved version of what he actually knew. The feast itself was the best thing the Great Hall had produced all year, the summer end of it, the lightness of finished things, and Gryffindor won the House Cup, which Ron took as a personal vindication that required no further comment but received considerable commentary from him anyway, for approximately 90 minutes, with considerable energy. Dumbledore made a small addition to the house points totals at the end of the feast, 50 points each to Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Harry Potter, for what he called outstanding courage in the face of exceptional circumstances, and the description of those circumstances was limited to that, by Dumbledore's design, which Harry approved of. Quirrell was not mentioned by name. The Ministry had been informed of a containment breach in the school's lower levels and had conducted an investigation that had concluded with an official report of a resolved magical anomaly, which was the Ministry's way of handling things it couldn't adequately explain, and which suited everyone reasonably well. Neville received his 50 points and the Gryffindor table's applause with an expression of complete and genuine astonishment, and then a slow smile that started small and didn't stop, and Ron clapped him on the back with enormous enthusiasm, and Hermione said something precise and warm, and across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy watched the Gryffindor table celebrate and his expression did the recalibrating thing that it had been doing with increasing frequency since October. The expression of someone for whom the world is not arranging itself the way they were told it would. Harry caught his eye briefly, across the hall. Draco looked back. Something passed between them that wasn't friendship and wasn't animosity, something more like acknowledgement, the recognition of two people who are aware of each other's existence in a way that's more complex than most of the categories available to them right now, and who are both, in their different ways, still working out what the appropriate category is. Draco looked away first, but not quickly. The train south was different from the train north. The carriage was the same seats, the same rack, the same rhythmic motion. But the people in it were different from the people who'd come up in September, which wasn't a metaphor, it was just literally true. 9 months of school and everything that had happened in them had done what 9 months and everything in them does, which was change the shape of things, add layers, build something that hadn't been there before. Ron had his chest set open and was playing himself with the focused pleasure of someone who genuinely enjoys their own company at the board. Hermione had 3 books on the seat beside her but was looking out the window rather than reading, the expression on her face the open one, the one she wore when she wasn't performing anything. Neville was across from Harry with Trevor in his lap, his herbology notes on the seat beside him, looking at the landscape go by with the same open expression he'd worn the morning of the greenhouses. Harry sat and watched all 3 of them and felt the stone's absence from his pocket, which Dumbledore had taken, and the wand's presence against his palm where he held it loosely, and the vault's compass bearing, fainter now with distance but constant, the way certain things were constant. He felt the year recede behind the train as the miles accumulated and something else come forward to meet it, summer, and then second year, and everything he knew was coming, the shape of it already visible from here. He wasn't afraid of it. He'd said this to himself in the vault on the last day of August and it was still true, more true maybe, with the year behind him as evidence rather than preparation. Ron made a move, looked at it, took it back, made a different one. Hermione turned from the window and opened a book. Neville said something quietly to Trevor, who appeared to respond by falling more deeply asleep, which Neville accepted with the philosophical patience of someone who has made his peace with the nature of his pet. Next year, Ron said, to no one in particular, not looking up from the board. Wood says he wants the whole team back for the first practice before the second week. Obviously, Hermione said, without looking up from her book. I'm just saying, Ron said. You're saying you want us to know you're aware of the Quidditch schedule, Hermione said. We know. Third year I can try out, Neville said, to Trevor. Trevor's position on this was unclear. I've been practicing in the upper grounds on Saturday mornings. I'm not going to be seeker level, but I can fly without falling off now, which is progress. That is progress, Harry agreed. Big progress, Ron said, with the warmth of someone who has a 3-second memory for his own first-year flying attempt. Huge. Hermione set her book down with the precision of someone reaching a stopping point. She looked at Harry. I've been thinking, she said, about the older framework. The principles you mentioned, the difference between addressing what magic does versus what it's built on. She paused. I think there's a connection to something in the Gamp's Laws literature. The third exception, specifically. The one that the textbooks call absolute but that the older sources treat as conditional. She looked at him with the fully developed theory expression. Am I on the right track? Harry looked at her. Thought about it. You're on a track, he said. I'll tell you if you reach the right station. She looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone accepting an answer that isn't fully satisfying because it's the right kind of unsatisfying, the kind that means there's work to do rather than the kind that means no one will tell you. Fine, she said, and picked up her book and put it down again immediately. But I think it's the third exception. Keep thinking, Harry said. Ron looked up from his chess board with the expression of someone who has been half following a conversation and has identified its pattern. Are you two going to do this for the next 6 years? He said. Yes, Harry and Hermione said, at the same time. Ron looked at them both, then back at the chessboard, and moved his knight with the decisive click of someone who has made a satisfying decision, and said, fair enough, and the carriage and the summer coming light outside and the countryside going green around the train all continued in the way things continue when the significant moment has passed and the real work is beginning. King's Cross received them back the way it always received everything, indifferently, noisily, in the middle of its own ongoing business. The families were on the other side of the barrier, and the trolleys, and the noise of a city that didn't know what the train from Hogsmeade contained or what the people stepping off it had been through. Vernon Dursley was there. He was standing with the particular stance of someone who has spent a year in the possession of information they didn't want and has been waiting to confirm whether the summer was going to be worse or better than the last one. He looked at Harry with the complicated expression that had replaced the simple contempt somewhere in the 10 months since Gringotts, something more wary, more uncertain, the expression of a man who has been told clearly that the rules have changed and is still working out what the new rules mean for him specifically. Harry looked at him. The vault was a compass bearing behind him, steady and patient. Hedwig was on his arm. His friends were at his back. He walked through the barrier and into the ordinary world, and Vernon said, stiffly, "Good term?" "Very good," Harry said pleasantly. "Yours?" Vernon blinked. This was not the response he'd prepared for. He looked at Harry for a moment with something that was almost helpless, and said, "Right. Well. Cars outside." "I know," Harry said, and walked ahead, and the crowd moved around him the way crowds move around people who know where they're going, and outside the station the London summer morning was warm and loud and entirely present, and everything that was coming was still coming, and he walked into it with the certainty of someone who has done the preparation, trusts the work, and is ready for whatever the next chapter holds. And in the catacombs beneath Gringotts Bank, the vault waited with the patient amber warmth of 15 centuries, holding everything it had always held, the chair at the worktable and the green cloak on its back and the shelves of accumulated knowing, the crack in the granite table sealed since last September, the whole enormous living silence of it steady and present and already waiting for him to come back and do the next thing.